Raider Nation, we're live. Forget the hype. This is about direction. Kirk Cousins is in. Is he the answer, or is he just a stopgap? Because I'm telling you right now, some of you are already trying to skip a step, and that's how teams stay stuck. So call in 401-830-9189. Write the number down. Phone lines are not open yet, but they will be open soon. Keep the phone calls to like 2 to 3 minutes. State your take. Bail off the line, and you'll listen to our response. Bring your take. Jason, let's go.
Let's do it.
Yes, sir.
I will.
Raider Nation, we are live. Right now! Call in. Speak your mind. No filters, no fear. This is where real takes collide. It's showtime!
Well, welcome back, everybody. So, Raider Nation, we are live. It's Saturday night. It's Raider Nation Voices with your hosts, myself, 401 Raider Jeff, and my guy next to me, Raiders First Downs, none other than Jason. So, what's up, buddy? How you doing today?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good. Frustration's over. I've been troubleshooting this damn phone lines for God knows how long today. So
yeah,
they're still not perfect. Still trying to figure it out, but we'll get there. We will get there at some point.
We will get there.
They can hear you talking. We won't have to. I won't have to be your, not your interpreter, but your relay message.
Conveyor of message.
Yeah, because that gets a little annoying. So basically, we're gonna start this off with Cousins. Is he the answer, or is he the stopgap? We want to hear from you, Raider Nation. We want to hear from you in the chat. When we open the phone lines, you want to call in, you call in. So what does this mean for Raider Nation right now, bringing him in? What does that do for us? Jason, I want to hear your take. I know you and I haven't had a chance to really talk. I want to hear what your take is on Kirk Cousins coming in here with us now.
Well, first and foremost, we kind of knew this was going to happen, right? I mean, the writing was on the wall. Basically, as soon as Kirk Cousins became a free agent in Atlanta, as soon as they cut him, it was all directions were pointing towards Las Vegas, right? There is a relationship between Kubiak and Cousins. You know, enough said there. But my overall take is smart move and hope it doesn't backfire. And the reason why I say that is there's a purpose for him coming in here based on everything that we're hearing with the tea leaves that are dropping on the ground and that we're picking up and we're reading. There's a particular reason why he was brought in here. Now, if for some reason something magical happens and Kirk Cousins gets the second coming of Joe Montana in his body and we start taking off, then what? Yeah, slippery slope, ain't it? It's a slippery slope.
Yeah.
So, but I don't expect Kirk Cousins to be the second coming of Joe Montana this next year. I expect him to do what we intentionally thought Geno Smith was going to do: is come in here, right the ship, get us pointed in the right direction until we can find our franchise quarterback, and then that way the young buck can come in and take over and offer selling as a franchise, being dominant year in, year out, and being relevant. Well, first of all, being relevant is the biggest issue. And then the next step would be dominant. So you got to start out with, you got to get to commitment to excellence first. Okay. Get to commitment to excellence first, and then it'll be just win, baby.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. So you're on that he's the stopgap, basically. He's the guy that's going to come in and get the job done until Mendoza or whoever we draft. It doesn't necessarily be Mendoza. You never know. But obviously, in all intents and purposes, it's going to be Mendoza. So you're looking at him as that stopgap, then, basically, is what you're saying, correct?
That's the intent of bringing him in here. Yep.
All right. You don't see anything else coming from this with him being here? Like, what if he plays well
That's yeah.
What if he lights it up and he has this tremendous season, and then all of a sudden the coach is like, what do we do next year, type of thing? You know, do we just go with the rookie, or do you go with the hot hand?
That's the slippery slope right there.
Yeah. You know, basically I look at it this way, and I know I've said this already. This bringing Cousins in buys the coaching staff time, basically, to, you know, he might not solve the future, but he's that short term quarterback, you know, at least for this season for sure. You know, but comes next year, we don't know what's going to happen. You have no idea what's going to happen this season. You know, how this is going to fluctuate, what's going to go on this season. So, and again, we still don't know what we're even doing with the number 1 pick. I mean, there's nothing, you don't know. Nobody can sit there and really say 100% that this is what we're doing. We have no clue. You know, this is that game that all GMs play where they let on that, hey, this is what we're doing, type of thing, and this is what we're feeling. But that just is what makes things like the draft pick more valuable too. Teams may give up more to make that move to try not to take him because they want him. You know, so again, there's games that get played before the draft, during the draft. You know, so who really knows what's going on with this? So I want to hear from the chat. I want you guys to chime in. And, you know, do you think he's the actual answer going forward, or do you look at him as just that stopgap to take control of this team, to get the team back on the right path for the rookie to take over at some point? You know, because there are people that are on either side of this. You know, some that think that, you know, and I've heard it, some people thinking that Kirk Cousins could be the answer for the next couple of years, you know, and not take a quarterback and do something different, or take him and still sit him for a year or two, possibly. You know, there's so many different takes out there right now. It's like nothing is right, nothing is wrong. It's all in your perception on what you think. You know, you're on that stopgap thought process. I'm kind of on that too, obviously, you know, but again, we still don't know what the future holds for us at this point. But let's shout out to the chat. Let's check in who's here with us. Jason, you got the chat tonight, so make sure go through and see who's here with us.
Well, first off, Nate LV Raider 10, thanks for coming in, brother. IE Raider Mike, salute, brother. Thanks for coming in. Darren 451 is in the house. Thanks for coming in, brother. Let's see, Jaw Raider's in the house. Salute to Jaw Raider, man. Thanks for coming in, one of our regulars. Rose and Rosetown, the best Raider fan in all of chat land. We got Jay Devine in here, 1989. Thanks for coming in from the UK. Wow.
What's up, man? Welcome, mate.
Thanks for coming in. Black Mild. Thanks for coming in. Y'all. Oh, it's Black and Mild. Yeah. I gotta pronounce it right, I guess. Huh? Maybe I should read before I talk. Do y'all really think the teams don't have body language experts and know what the Raiders are going to do in the draft? That's a good question, man. We'll get back to that here in just a second. Hobo Raider, thanks for coming in, Josh. Dixon Cider, nothing fighter than the Dixon Cider. Hey, Raider Mike. Here we got Jerry Heine89. I'm sure there's a play on words with that, but we'll leave it as is. Corey Kev is in the house. And let's see, Marcel Wick in the house. Big hello from Germany. Nice. We're going internet. We're going worldwide, Jeffro.
Yeah, I like this.
Worldwide.
Right in line with the NFL going, expanding the global reach. You know, we're doing the same in this chat here. We've got UK in the room. We've got Germany in the room. Afakasi, I'm sure, will pop in at some point tonight. So we'll have Australia here. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, this is like the melting pot.
Mm-hmm. Well, so since we got the chat going,
yep.
Why don't we start with Jaw Raider here?
What's he saying? What do we got?
Jeff,
I know
the reason
we hung up on him, but the phone line's on open yet. I said that they weren't open.
Yeah, we'll let you know. Usually we wait a few minutes, let everybody get warmed up, get their favorite beverages and their snacks You can't watch the show without snacks, especially looking at us
Everybody
two, because
settled
we know
in.
we didn't miss a snack today, did we? John Rader coming in here, Jeff. The reason Kirk signed Brady, no, Kirk is fragile. He'll be hurt by week 4. He's 38, will be 39 years of age. There's that possibility as well.
Yeah, he's not wrong. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
for a guy that can't stay healthy, man, he sure as hell's made a shit ton of money playing in the position.
Yeah. So next one, Black and Mild. Coming back to his chat that I pulled up earlier during the acknowledgments. Do y'all really think all the teams don't have body language experts and know what the Raiders are going to do in the draft? What do you think, Jeff?
Oh, I'm sure they probably do. I can't. Just like they have lip readers. Why do you think some of the coaches do this? We're on the sidelines calling a play. They'll hold the thing up over their face so you can't see the.
Nah.
So I mean, you see Andy Reid do it all the time. He holds his Denny's menu up in front of his face so you can't read his lips.
Which I don't understand, because he's got a walrus mustache anyways. You can't see his lips move anyways.
Exactly. But
so kind of a waste of time. So, and quite honestly, Black and Mild, to be quite honest with you, is I see that, but are they playing poker? That's the question. Because sometimes if you show your hand, and then all of a sudden, wow, didn't see that coming. Optimally, Cousins will be here for a year, and Mendoza will start the following year. So that's where we'll take off.
What's up, Matt? What's up, brother? I haven't seen you in a while, Matt Mimranovich. What's up? Nutty Nate's in here too. So's Dixon Cider. What's up, guys?
Yeah, Dixon came in here hot. Yeah, Dixon's is in India right now. So
he's what?
He says he's from India.
Oh.
You know him.
Yeah.
So I'm bringing this one up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Optimally, Cousins will be here for a year, and Mendoza will start the following. Thanks, Matt, for that take. What do you think, Jeff? Expand on that one.
What was that? Optimally, Cousins will be here for a year. Mendoza will start the following year. And that's what I expect, to be honest with you. I expect Cousins to probably start the entire season. And again, this is where I said that it's that comfort, that cushion, that comfort level that this gives the coaches, where they don't feel forced that they have to get Mendoza out there and really push him hard to be ready. I mean, he'll push himself hard because that's the type of kid he is, and that's the vibe I get from him. I get that. He's gonna want to play this year. And I said this yesterday, let Cousins go out there. Let him take the beating, because we don't even know what this offensive line truly is going to look like until the season really starts. Let him go out there and take the hits. Let him bear the brunt of this new regime, this new offensive scheme. It's going to be different for everybody on this offense right now that's been here for a couple of years, and some of the new guys too. Like Linderbaum's not going to be used to playing in that type of system. He has to get used to things. The offensive line that's here now, the guys that were here prior to, they're going to have to get used to all new verbiage, everything. So there's going to be a learning curve this year. So, which is why the people, the fans that are saying like, oh, we're going to go playoffs, blah, blah, blah. Slow down. Slow down a little bit. There's going to be a wicked learning curve with this team on all aspects. Offense, defense, maybe not. But the offense is always more integral, especially in Kirk Cousins' system. These guys have to learn something completely different. So I see Cousins starting for a little bit longer than people think. Definitely, I think I would not be surprised if he plays the whole year unless he gets injured. That's the only way I see him coming out any sooner.
I can give you there's a brighter spot to that too. Kubiak is also known during his installment phase of being with the franchise is getting the rest of the players up to speed rather quickly with his verbiage and his scheme and the way he likes to call plays. So, and that's proof is in the pudding on that, right? Because he's got a couple one-stop shops the last 3 years, and each one of those stops, the offense was proven. So it's just a matter of whether or not our our people in the building could adapt to his coaching style, his teaching style, and get up to speed to where we're not talking about we're deficient in knowledge of the scheme, or we need more time to develop as a team. So there is a bright spot in that way, Kubiak.
Yeah, definitely. And I see, we're going through the chat here. I see Jerry said, did you guys like the Raiders when they were in Oakland? Yeah, I mean, I've been a fan since the mid 70s. Jason's been a fan since around that, a little bit after that time frame, but he's been to Oakland many times. He had season tickets at one point, so yeah, we're not just fans since they've been in Vegas. I mean, we've been through all three moves.
Nah.
Three city moves, I should say.
I got multiple moves. Got my ticket stub here from September 26, 2004 versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the night that Tim Brown caught his 100th touchdown. Right in the end zone underneath me. It was nice. I loved it. It was good. Even though he was in another
Tampa Bay.
Yeah. It was, at least it was at home on our turf.
Rosestown, don't worry. I won't be throwing my hat. What's up, Q? What's going on, man? Is this pro Mendoza panel? Well, I think we're 50-50 on that as far as the Mendoza panel.
I'm 65% Mendoza, and he's 15% Mendoza.
Yeah. And again, my question isn't about his talent or anything. My question, my thing is trading out of that number one, not taking him number one because everybody thinks we should take him number one. I'm saying it because I think we can do more damage in this draft and get some bona fide pure starters right away in that first round. Because if they're not starters on any other side of the ball other than offense, other than quarterback, then they shouldn't be first round picks. Whatever you pick in the first round should be starting, with the exception of a rookie quarterback. That's a tough ask, for a rookie to come in and expect him to start right away, unless he just absolutely blows everybody away in training camp, preseason, and there's no questions asked, like what Derek Carr did when he came in. So he wasn't expected to be the starter, and he just excelled during preseason, and the coach had no choice but to name him the starter, and the rest was history from there. And the history is not very good.
What's that?
He was a great quarterback. He was good with the stat lines, but couldn't take us to the next level.
That's just it. He just hit that. He just hit a brick wall. After 2017, he was just up against a brick wall.
Yeah.
And we should have addressed the quarterback situation by then. Not wait till 2026 with the first pick, and there's one quarterback that's. So you're absolutely right. A roundabout way, it feels like we're stuck in a position to where we have to take a quarterback. But I'm going to equate this to a lot like going to a restaurant, looking at a menu, right? And there's two things on the menu that you see that look really good. On that menu is trade back, get extra picks. And then just below it is draft Mendoza. And I think if you pick either one, you're either going to be real happy with the meal or it's going to taste like crap. So it in a roundabout way. But my only pushback is we got to quit kicking the can down the road trying to get a franchise, just hoping a franchise quarterback falls to us, because
again, our biggest
the last 3 years, that's what we've done.
And our biggest issue is the one year that we get the first pick in the overall first pick in the draft. It's one of the worst quarterback classes in God knows how long. So
from a totality standpoint, yeah, but I mean,
like I was trying to relay to you yesterday when you were on your show in the afternoon. The message I was trying to get across was, what if he was ranked overall number 20 by pure talent and not in the top 3 or 4? But number 20 overall, and we still had the number 1 pick. What do we do at that point? Do we trade out of that and hopefully get him later in the draft, later in the first round? Or do we just bite the bullet and reach for him at that ranking of number 20? Because if everybody's got him on their big board at the 20th ranked overall first round pick, okay, and we at number 1 still decide, well, at number 1, we're going to take Mendoza because we need a quarterback, What do you do at that point?
You do like you do any other draft.
What?
You pick where you earn, or if you trade back, say to 16.
Well, that's the question, though.
Then you can take him at
trade back
16
with the hopes of getting him, or do you just take the best player that you think at that number 1 slot? Because let's face it, whether we need a quarterback or not, if he's ranked that high in the first round, are you really going to make that reach from number 1 and pick a guy that's 20th ranked overall? Like in other words, Pons, the corner, right, from Indiana. If he's ranked number 2, would you reach for him at that point because you need a corner so bad and he's the best one available, but he's ranked number 20?
No.
He's the first corner and he's ranked at number 20 and you need a corner because we have nothing. No. Are you going to reach for him? No. Just like I wouldn't expect us to reach like we have in the past with stupid ass picks like Tyree or Leatherwood, where guys went way too soon than they should have. No. Tyree should have been a second round pick. I'm sorry.
No. And I without going back and watching my show yesterday and seeing exactly how I responded and read the question and interpreted the question, now it makes sense what you're saying. Now I can clarify and answer, and maybe the answer stands clear. Okay, so you set your big board and you have Mendoza as the 20th best player in the draft, correct? Yeah. But you're picking number 1. If you take him at number 1 and he's rated number 20, from 19 to number 1, there's some badass talent, correct? Maybe even the guy you have at number 1 is this elite edge rusher, elite tackle, right? You're taking that person.
Yeah.
Or if somebody says, hey, I have the 17th, I have the 5th and the 17th pick in the first round this year. I'll give you those 2 picks and my number 1 pick next year. Could I come up to number 1? Because now we're going to fall back to 17. We could take him at 5 and still have a 17 that we can play with. Right? Will we be reaching for him at 5? Yeah. But here's the deal. That's not what's happening now. If we trade back to number 2 or number 3 and get extra picks, he's not going to be there. He's gone by number 2. So what's that tell you? Other people have him on their draft board really, really high. So it's not just our draft board that we have him number 1. There's a lot of other people that have him number 1 on the draft board too. And these are people that make millions of dollars to evaluate and assess more than what we casual fans or even more casual fans do with our spare time.
These guys, mean they watch film?
Well, not only that, they're talking to assistant coaches. They're talking to head coaches.
Oh, yeah, they're doing it. Well, again, they're vetting the potential player that we're going to draft.
Exactly. I mean, I can't watch a commercial and tell you what the fucking movie's going to be about, okay? You got to watch the movie.
Or you can't get the in-depth. Correct. I get that.
Okay.
And
so they're watching the movie. They're rewinding it and watching it again and again. And they've got probably 5 guys watching it, and each one of them have input, along with the assistant GM and the GM and the pro predator and anybody else, Tom Brady. Hell, even the cook at PF Chang's that Mark Davis goes eat at. Maybe he's helping him out with a little film study as well. But it's more to it than just what you're seeing on film. And that's a lot of the point I'm trying to get across. So what makes me excited about him is because there's a work ethic. There's positive for cerebral, he's smart as all get. Let me just put it in layman's terms. He's smart as all get up. Okay. He's right. When you talk about an IQ, he's right there with Andrew Luck. All right. Plain and simple.
Well, circling back to what this first segment is about the Cousins thing. With Matt's comment, and that's the one thing. This contract that we signed him to is an absolute genius contract on our end.
Yeah.
With no doubt, Spytech working his voodoo magic again, like I've always been saying. And shout out to Kirk Cousins' agent too, for what he's pulled off with this guy through the years. The guy should be in the Hall of Fame, plain and simple. The guy is just a miracle worker.
That's what Cheeto said the other day.
Yeah,
Leo. Oh my God.
Cousins, we're paying him the league minimum, basically. We're paying him $1.3 million. The Falcons are picking up the 8.7 balance to make the 10. So we're only on the hook for 1.3 million this year. Next year, the breakdown on this is that $10 million roster bonus. We have to pay him if he's here by the third league day of 2027. And that 80 million future salary becomes fully guaranteed by the fifth day of 2027. So, which means by day 3 of the new league year in 2027, we have to pay him the 10 mil. And if we don't work something out with him to change his contract, we then become on the hook for that 80 million. So will he be here next year? Probably not, based on that cap hit that it's going to be, because that's going to be big. That's where the issue comes in, is beyond the day 5 of the new league year.
Right.
So right now, it's only going to cost us out of our own pocket at the most 11.3 mil. So that's if we keep him up until the third league day of 2027. So that's why I envision us probably not keeping him unless we can work something out with him, where he still gets paid, but not 80 million in guarantee, because that's a tough sell right there. So let's see. I just want to catch up here, Brandon. Who the hell would become a Raiders fan after moving to Vegas?
Hey, come back to Black and Mild real quick.
Not
Black
really,
and Mild
but okay.
Right here.
I need to speed. We got to speed through this chat. We are way behind already.
Yeah, no. Everybody's pounding it. But
Trust me,
this
Clint
one
fully intended to throw Mendoza in their week 1 as a competitor, but Brady nixed it per previous. Yeah, but Clint's also said it himself that he's not in favor of starting a rookie anyway. He'd rather have him sit. Now we can.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Most of your top-notch coaches prefer not to start a rookie. Most of your they prefer not to be in a position where they have to start the rookie. They'd rather be in a position where they can have a trustworthy veteran to put in there and let the rookie start to develop as needed. So, because there's two takes into it. One, you throw him in there too soon and he gets beat to hell, you could break him. He could be ruined forever. Or you could throw him in there and he has a ton of success right off the bat, and now all of a sudden he's CJ Stroud. Can't get out of his own way. All right, now we're on.
So Matt says they brought in Spencer Buford from the 49ers that knows Kubiak's system. Yeah, I don't know how much he's going to be able to fit into this offensive line, like where he fits with the ranking as far as with everybody we have here, and who knows what we're going to possibly get in the draft too. Daniel Barry's in the house. What's up, Daniel Barry? What's going on,
Daniel?
man? Let's see. You can't learn shit from a bridge in this modern football limited practice. It's not so much learning; it's watching his tendencies, how he delivers the ball, how he handles himself in the pocket. Because don't forget, this is going to be a different experience from Mendoza, being on the center a lot more than he has in the past. That's going to be a huge learning curve for him. Trust me. He's still going to do okay, I'm sure. He's a quick learner. He's a smart kid. I get that part. But it's still going to be a learning curve. And that's not what you want out there on the field, is somebody trying to learn how to maneuver and be in the pocket like that, coming out from underneath center and not just being back there and having the ball shotgun to him. So this is a different take for this kid, And yes, I know he did go on the center a few times during his past season and everything. But again, you got to also remember, NFL is a much faster game. You got bigger, stronger, faster players than you do at the college level.
No.
These guys are not going to come out there and give you soft little hits. These guys are going to come out there to try and take your head off within reason of a penalty.
I'm actually more worried about Tyler Lindenbaum snapping the ball to under center more than Mendoza.
I have more faith in him because of the O-line coach, to be honest with you. I think they're going to be able to fix his discrepancies too.
Well, it's going to be it's a repetition type thing, doing it over and over and over again. And I mean, I don't know if you ever played center, but snapping it.
That's all I played with center.
But snapping it from pistol formation and snapping it from under center, your get off is different too.
Not yet. We're trying to get the chat riled up before we let the phone lines open. So I think we're doing a pretty good job of it.
Yeah.
Let's see. How are we better than Kuzo except for a few defenders in the center? How are we any better except for a few defenders in the center. Well, we're getting an experienced quarterback more than anything. That's something we haven't even had for the last couple of years, if you think about it. Geno Smith was not Geno Smith never played in a lot of big games.
No.
Geno Smith was just, his best years were when he was in Seattle, and even those was, they were okay. They weren't anything to write home about. Hey, he had some good games for us too.
No.
Not very many though.
But Cousins doesn't have very many.
What's up, Raider Brian?
He doesn't have any signature games either. So it's not. I'm not. But he's solid.
Yeah. Let's see. So Cousins either here to be assistant coach for a year or this $11 million NFL tryout for the future. I mean, it could only be a $1.3 million is what it could be. As long as when the new year starts, we cut him right then and there and we're off the hook for everything. And that's all it costs us was $1.3 million.
Yeah. I think he's going to get that $10 million.
Kind of drunk now, so I'm going to drop my Mendoza take now. Oh, here we go. This ought to be good. Mendoza knows he has to work getting better on his center. Silver and Facts, what's up, my guy? New comp for Mendoza. I thought about Carson Palmer, physically speaking. All right, I think we're at the end of the chat now.
Yeah, the only difference between the two is Mendoza won actual real games. Carson Palmer didn't.
So Black Mile says Mendoza is worth the number one because modern wide receivers can't effing hands can't catch, and Duke can drop dimes in the bucket. I mean, at the pro level, still remains to be seen. Remember, all we're seeing is what he did at the college level. So, I mean, how well that translates over depends on the receivers we have too. That's the other thing. If we don't have receivers that can complement his ability, then that's going to be a tough task. Because we know damn well Brock Bowers ain't catching over the shoulder passes. Those are going to be in the chest, on the numbers, or anywhere where he can get his hand on the ball. He's going to catch it. Let's see. Cousins threw for 375 yards and 5 touchdowns on a Monday night last year.
Yeah. When I talk about signature game, it's something something along the lines of a playoff game, or it just you go back over his career, a lot of 4,000-yard seasons, 30+ touchdowns, low interceptions, and they're just solid, and actually really good. I mean, there's a reason he got paid. Don't get me wrong. But that when I say that signature win is that one that you think of that goes, they're going to play that highlight reel when they give him a gold jacket type win. You know what I mean? And I haven't seen it. But yeah, I mean, he did
a gold jacket. Damn.
No, I'm not saying it.
I just said when he gets his gold jacket.
No, if you need to probably.
Jason said he's a Hall of Fame quarterback already. Oh my God.
Jesus,
clip it. He said it. I'm just ready for a fight tonight.
No wonder your wife slaps you all the time. You don't listen.
No, I don't. I hear what I want to hear.
Yeah, exactly. Selective hearing.
See, and I agree with Job because I said this the other day and I almost got murdered for it. I said, because I see AOC as being the number 2 guy and Mendoza is going to be number 3. And everybody's like, why would you put the number 1 draft pick at number 3? First of all, he's got to earn his right to move up. I'm sorry. That's just how I look at it. And they were like, well, how's he going to get first starting reps if he's quarterback 3? No, you still give him the first team starting reps at some point. But on paper, he has to be the number 3 guy on the depth chart. So if Cousins goes out there week 1 and gets hurt, are you going to start? You're going to put AOC out there, or you're going to put Mendoza out there as the relief until the game's over? Who are you going to put out there? You should put AOC out there. Let him go out there and let him finish the game off. And now you got a week to prep for the next game. Don't throw Mendoza to the wolves on his, in a game like that if he's not fully ready. If he's not ready to start, then he shouldn't be ready for a backup role immediately either. It should be AOC 12 as your backup. Cousin is your day 1 starter. And Mendoza is the number 3 emergency type quarterback. So if something happens, then you only put him in. You know, you don't put him as the number 2 guy, where if Cousins goes down in week 2, we're throwing him to the Wolves mid-game. You know, granted, he still could come in and shine. I get that, but I just don't get it. You know,
you know the cool thing though about all this, Jeff, is for the most part, I don't agree with it. But the best part about it is what you're really good at is opening them damn phone lines so people can call in.
Yeah, we're gonna do that in a second here. What's up, Lucky? What's going on, man? Yep, agreed, Jeff, because Kubiak said he wants a vet, and AOC has been here since 2023, and he's considered a vet and has experience. Yeah. All right. So we are going to open up the phone lines. Now, keep in mind when you call in, try and keep it quick and short. Jason will be able to hear you, but you will not be able to hear Jason. So if you have a question for Jason, ask it. And my suggestion would be to hang up, and then you can listen to him live on the show rather than me have to relay the information, because I always kind of tend to leave out stuff and get stuff wrong. So, and there we go. You're on Raider Nation Voices with Jeff and Jason. State your name.
Jeff, it's Money Chuck. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Money Chuck? How you doing, brother?
Good. Hey, so listen. Before I even make the statement, I want to tell you that I respect you and I love you. But I got to kick this straight, okay? So I've heard you make several comments that I disagree with. Number one, you ask these questions like, well, what if Mendoza was number 20th in another draft and blah blah blah. Mm-hmm. Jeff, he wouldn't be 20th in another draft. He's a unique quarterback. When I look at all the quarterbacks that's come out since Joe Burrow, nobody has had his combination of accuracy, intelligence, the ability to read a quarterback. He doesn't have the athletic skills as the other quarterbacks like Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams, but he's unique, Jeff. And you set up a lot of these scenarios, these what if scenarios, and so forth, and it's just not true. I question how much research you've actually done on Mendoza, how much tape you've watched, because I know you know football, and it amazes me that you come to these conclusions. One other thing I want to say too, really quick, you consistently referenced 805. You know, your fan base are pretty knowledgeable. People don't come to your chat who don't watch football on a regular basis and study the sport.
Correct.
We're all sitting in a big room, and 805's in it, you're in it, Jason's in it, I'm in it, everyone's in it, and we're getting a lot of feedback about Mendoza. And I'm telling you, you and 805, you're in the very small minority of people that thinks that this guy isn't as good as he is. And I'm wondering how you come to that determination.
Okay. Well, I never said he wasn't as good as I thought he was. What I've said
you're talking about him being 20th. You're talking about him being 20th in other drafts, Jeff. And you're constantly saying that he's not.
You're changing what I said. That's the problem. That's what I'm getting at.
No.
Yes. I said, what if he was ranked 20th overall based on talent? What if he was? What if he wasn't the true number one? You know, what would we do with that number one pick this year? And
what draft are you referencing that he would be 20th in?
What?
What draft in recent memory do you think that Fernando Mendoza would be 20th in the draft?
I'm just saying in general. I'm making it up. I'm just
projecting. You're projecting, Jeff. You're projecting. You're not being realistic. You have in your mind already.
That's why it's hypothetical, because it's not realistic. But I'm trying to put it out there to get the mindset of what some fans think they would do at that point. Is what I'm getting at. So if we have the number one draft pick, hypothetically, Mendoza is ranked number 20 overall based on pure talent, okay? And we get that number one pick. So say this year, when they rank him, that's where they put him. They put him at number 20, not the first overall, okay? So he's the highest ranked quarterback, but he falls at the number 20 slot is where everybody's kind of got him, all right? He's a good quarterback, but he's not that number one pick. So they got him ranked at number 20. We have the first pick. Yes, we need a quarterback. Everybody knows we need a franchise quarterback. do we at the number one, do we reach and take him then? Or do we trade out of that and move back and hopefully get him at in around the 20th pick if he's still available?
So
That's
after
what
all
I'm
my
getting at.
years
It's
of
just hypothetical. I'm just trying to understand what fans would do in this case if he wasn't ranked so high. Would you still
I've
go
been
for
watching.
him? That's what I'm
I've been
asking.
I've been watching the draft for a while, Jeff, and I can't think of a draft I can't think of a draft in a long time. Actually, I can never think of a draft. I can't think of one draft where Fernando Mendoza would be ranked as the 20th player in that draft. You know, another thing that bothers me too. So, you know, you guys talk about, you know, how it doesn't matter that he's won the national championship. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he's done. Even though he beat all those good defenses in the playoffs, he won the national championship. He was a star player on that team. Yeah, it makes me think that he's just in a no-win situation. Since when did we start holding people's accolades and achievements against them as a reason not to draft them? I got to be honest, Jeff. So I think if this was a year where there was a lot of good quarterbacks and we had the number one pick, you would be screaming, trade it down. There's a lot of good quarterbacks in this draft. And now you're saying, you know, oh, well, you know, the quarterback draft is weak, you know, and he's the only one, therefore we shouldn't take him. I don't think there would be a scenario that would make you happy to take a quarterback number one overall, period.
I'm sorry, but that's just my feeling on all this.
Okay, I understand.
You're trying to I'm trying to come up with a hypothetical as to why, if we had the number one pick, what people would do if he was ranked higher. I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying that's where he should be. He's right where he should be. He should be in the top 3, top 5. Okay, I get that. He's the number one ranked quarterback in this draft, hands down. Okay, I'm not questioning his ability. I'm just looking at the big picture on what we can do with this team if we were to trade out of that. Not questioning what I don't break down film like that. Okay, I go by what other people will think about what he does in game situation and their film take. I don't break down film. That's not my style. I don't have the patience to sit here and watch film. I really don't. So I go based off of other people's takes. I've heard Jason's takes on stuff, and I agree with him on some of the things he said. You know, we do banter back and forth about it. And just like yourself, you know, we'll banter back and forth about it. I just was trying to understand what fans would do if we had the number one and he was ranked at the number 20 position. That's where he fell not statistically, by pure ability. What would you do? Would you still grab him at number one just because he's the top quarterback in the draft and we need a quarterback so bad? Or would you trade back and try and grab him at that point?
It's hard to imagine something so unrealistic. I can't think of
that's
a draft.
That's the whole point. I'm trying to have fans think for themselves here. Don't just follow the herd. Come up with a different idea. Say what you would think. Just say what you think you would do at that point.
That's another thing. That's another thing I take big issue with. So I had 805 the other night tell me on his show. I asked him. I'm like, you know, the consensus, you know, pretty much says that this guy, you know, is great and blah blah blah. And he blamed it on, you know, on herd mentality. You know, that everybody's buying into media hype. Let me ask you this: when Brady, Kubiak, and Spytek draft him, are they going to buy into? Will they have bought into the media hype? Will they have not have watched as much film as 805 and the rest?
Who knows? I don't know.
Is that going to? So you think? Hold on. So you're telling me that our staff is going to pick a quarterback based on hype and not do the research that 805 has done? Seriously?
Say that again. I don't know if I.
Yeah. So once again, when I talked to 805, he said the same thing as you, that all the fans are buying into the media hype and blah 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 around them. So I'm asking you this: when Brady, Spytek, and Kubiak, when we draft this guy, is it going to be because those 3 guys bought into media hype and didn't do the amount of research that they should have?
Well, we talked about earlier,
Jeff. The way you're bringing it up, yeah, that's what you think. That's not what
Jeff
I
was
think.
just-
Obviously,
Jeff-
they're doing.
But
They're
that's
doing
what you
more
guys
research
always
than
say.
anybody that does a YouTube show.
You're always accusing it on media hype, herd mentality, and blah blah blah. Well, it sounds like Kubiak, Spytek, and Brady are going to be part of that.
All right, I've never said media hype.
They're going to draft
somebody-
them, Jeff. They're going to draft them, and they're going to have done their research, and they're going to have done more than 805. You, me, Jason, and everybody else, and that's how it's going to be.
All right, but again, it's where was all this talk about him mid-season? So until he won the national championship,
it's funny that you mentioned that. It's funny that you mentioned that because
I never heard
remember that
anything
you were
mentioned about him until the playoffs.
Let me
started.
answer your question. So I remember when I brought him up to you initially, you were on a show with Jason, and I asked about for Fernando Mendoza, and you had no idea who he was. You didn't know what team he played for, who he was, what position, or anything like that. And Jason hopped on in and said, "Oh, this guy's a hot quarterback. I'm saying blah blah blah. He, it looks like he's going to win the national championship. He's young and new." And then we asked you, and then I asked you several weeks after that about him, and you still didn't know, and you said you still hadn't done any research on him. So I did ask about him,
and I admit I
didn't.
Mid-season. I know I didn't. I'm not going to lie and say, yeah, I didn't. I just think he doesn't do this right. If somebody asks me, and I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to sit there and say, yeah, I watched him. Yeah, I watched. No, I did. I know I didn't, and I said I didn't. I don't watch a lot of college football until usually late in the season, to be honest with you, because first of all, I just don't have the time.
I really think what it boils down to, Jeff, with you is that it's a quarterback. It's the first number one pick, and regardless, I'll bet you if I've known you for 20 years, more than half of them you would be saying trade the pick, no matter where we're picking. I've known those type of people, and every year they're like trade the pick, trade the pick, trade the pick, and they talk like they know more than the experts. The NFL teams rarely trade down or up, Jeff, in the first round or make those kind of bold moves. They just don't. It doesn't happen very often.
Okay. Just because it doesn't happen doesn't mean it can't, though. Again, everything I've been saying about this, it's all hypothetical anyway. Like, what if we did this? What if we did that? Just trying to open people's minds to that are other possibilities. Just like when people say there's other quarterbacks in this draft. I'm not saying that we should take them. I'm just saying, don't sit there and say he's the only quarterback in this draft. There's other quarterbacks in the draft. There's always other quarterbacks.
If you're trying to open people's minds, then don't use scenarios, that are so unrealistic. Like, what if he was 20th in the draft?
How is that not unrealistic? How is that not unrealistic? How he could have very well been that. Let's put it this way: if he doesn't win the Heisman, hold on. I've let you roll through. Listen, I let you roll through with no problem. I didn't interrupt you. Okay, so let me say this to you. All right, so say he doesn't win the national. If he doesn't win the national championship or the Heisman, I guarantee he's not ranked that high. He's not going to be. I'm telling you, he will not be the number one overall because guess what?
He didn't win the national. He did win the national championship.
But he is what I'm getting at. Joe Burrow won a national championship. He played in the Super Bowl, and he has not been the guy that everybody thought he was going to be. But how is it his? It's not really his fault. The team around him's not supportive. They gave him the weapons to throw to, but they gave him no protection.
That's another thing too.
So it's not always a surefire thing, is what I'm getting at. Yes, Joe Burrow is a great quarterback. I would take him in a heartbeat. If we got the whole pieces around him, he would have a phenomenal career. You put Burrow on some of the other teams in this league, they're winning Super Bowls. I'm telling you right now, because he's
another point that
I've
heard you. That's another point that I've heard you argue before. He plays on a good team, and the only reason why he's been this successful is because he's been on a good team. Jeff, every goddamn player needs a good team. Jeff, we've been watching football for 50 plus years.
Yeah, but who are you referring to?
There isn't a player. I don't care if it's a quarterback or running back or what it is, that's going to carry the entire team on his back and win a game. They need a team. They need good players around them. I've been watching football for a long time.
If you ask a lot of people, they said that Mendoza carried that team on his back. And that's what
Who's
people said.
a lot
He
of
did.
people? I watch
do you
your
mean he
chat all
did?
the time, Jeff.
Wait
I
a minute,
watch you.
hold
I
on.
watch
What do you
you
mean
every.
he did?
I watch
Oh,
you
you mean
almost
there
every
wasn't
night.
another 10
I
players
don't
on the
see this
field?
in
Tell
the chat, Jeff.
tell Money Chuck to stop.
I
He
don't
had the
see
number
this in
one
the
ranked offensive.
chat.
He had an offensive line that won MVP in the Rose Bowl. Okay, they had a phenomenal offensive line. He had one hell of
Okay.
a running game. He had
Okay.
good wide receivers. He had a tremendous defense.
Okay.
It wasn't just him. That's the
And you
whole
all
point of
and you all want to
playing.
put and you all want to put
Guy.
Jim
See
Plunkett in the Hall of
everybody that
Fame.
you're talking about, Jeff.
What?
I don't see.
Oh,
I don't
hold
see
on,
it
Money
in
Chuck.
your
Jason's
chat.
trying to
I
say
don't see.
something
I
and
don't
you
see it
can't
in
hear
other
him.
chats. Who's the everybody?
Chuck, Jason's trying to say something.
Just
You can't
hey,
hear.
tell Chuck
No,
his 2
no.
minutes is up. His 2
What did you
minutes
say
is
about
up.
Plunkett?
Tell him his 2 minutes is up. If he wants to call back
Jason
later,
said
he
your
can call
2
back.
minutes are up.
Okay, I'll go. Take it
Have
easy,
him go
buddy.
back and
You
just
guys
listen.
have a good one.
Later, buddy. You take care. Thanks
All
for
right,
Thanks,
calling.
Money Chuck.
That was a good argument. Jason, what did you say about Plunkett?
Doesn't everybody want to put Plunkett in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, so what's that got to do with anything?
Well, he had a running game. He had an offensive line that blocked for him.
And he won MVP at one of those Super Bowls.
Okay.
Okay. But he won
That's
the
exactly
Super Bowl.
what that's kind of what
He was on a winning
that,
team.
That's what Money Chuck is trying to get to you. Jim
Okay.
Plunkett was the leader of that team.
But he'll never get in the Hall of Fame. That's the whole point, because it's based on personal accolades. The Hall of Fame is not a team award.
I don't care if Fernando gets in the Hall of Fame.
Huh?
I don't care if Fernando gets in the Hall of Fame.
I know that, but you're fuck you. You're the one that brought up fucking Jim Plunkett and getting in the Hall of Fame. So we're gonna have this argument now.
The argument is you want a guy.
His personal accolades are not as great.
You want a guy to come in that can keep that ship a running. You want a guy that can control the offense, control the huddle.
Do you realize
that
all this hype
machine
we're putting
go
out
down
there?
the field?
The kid hasn't even taken a single practice snap. He's not even drafted yet. And we're all talking about anointing him this and that and all this other crap going on. Everybody needs to just stop with it. Let's just
those are the traits, because you were saying it. He had a good team around him.
But has he played in the game yet? Do we even know what he looks like at a pro level yet?
Okay.
No. We don't know what anybody looks like at a pro level yet, because they're all still undrafted right now. We haven't brought anybody in. Nobody's been picked.
I understand exactly.
Man, we have avoided the chat so bad tonight, and I feel horrible about it. I am so sorry, everybody.
No, it's a good conversation. It's just
thank you, Hits Boy. Thank you.
But see, the thing of it is, I answered that.
My own opinion doesn't matter. Raiders going to take who they want to. Absolutely.
I answered that 10 minutes before he came on, so I don't know why he asked the same thing.
You're on Raider Nation Voices with Jeff and Jason. State your name.
It's the coach.
Hey, what's up, Coach? What's going on?
Not much. How you guys doing?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to call in because the reason why I keep bringing up about like the Jets lowballing the Raiders with the draft is because I can't shake this feeling, but I always feel like the NFL's out to get us. I always feel like maybe they're pulling, some strings behind the scenes. I feel like maybe them and the Ravens maybe orchestrated that whole mess with Crosby. So the reason why I keep bringing it up with the Jets lowballing them is because I feel like they tried to trade with the Raiders to get that number one, but they weren't offering the right compensation. So because of that, they went and cried to the media saying, "Oh, I don't think the Raiders will trade for anything." When in actuality, that's false.
Yeah,
they would, but you lowball that, and I just can't shake the feeling like the NFL is always trying to keep us down. They're always trying to F us over in some kind of way. So
yeah, and now wait till the season starts and they take control of being able to reverse calls on the play after the refs make their decision. So that's going to be coming this year. So keep an eye on that too.
Oh yeah, well there you go.
Yeah, Tuck Rule 2.0 is coming.
For the people that want to trade back, I know you want to trade back.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes a question or a matter of whether because no one wants to, give us fair compensation, it becomes a matter not whether the Raiders can trade back, but like, do you guys want them to take Mendoza or take some other player at that number one?
Yeah.
So I just had to put that out there. I don't know what I mean. I'm okay if they stay there. Obviously, it's pretty much a done deal. They're taking
Yeah, I
Mendoza.
am too. Because I know big picture, we're not going to trade out of it. If we do, I'll be shocked. Let's put it that way. Comes draft day, I'm going to be in Pittsburgh. I'm going to be there with Severe, Chris, 805. We're all going to be together. A few other people are going to be there too. And if they come out with that announcement, I'm going to be floored if that's what actually happens. Because I will not expect it, to be honest with you. I'm hoping it would, but if it happens and they come out and say, "Well, there's been a trade," and I'm going to probably drop my phone. I'm probably going to go crazy. I'm like, "Are you shitting me? What are we doing?" Like now I want to know what's going to happen. I'm like, I want to be privy to what their plan is, because whatever it is, it's going to be huge. It ain't going to
have a plan, right? Have a plan.
Yeah, I mean, all signs
point
to Mendoza, because they released that he's looking for houses in Las Vegas. He's already got the playbook and all that. So,
well, he doesn't have the playbook, but yeah, I mean, that's what they put out there.
Does he? He doesn't.
No,
I thought he did.
No, I don't think he can.
Okay.
No, because we haven't drafted him. He's not on the team yet, so we can't give him the playbook. What he's doing is he's working with Brian Greasy, because Brian Greasy knows the verbiage. He knows the plays, basically. He can give him a heads up when it comes to that. So he's starting to learn how the system operates, basically, is what he's doing. He doesn't have the playbook,
Okay.
He may have an idea on what the plays are. Brian Greasy may have like an outline of what they're going to do. He might have talked to Kubiak and say, "Hey, listen, this is what we're going to do." It may be something along that line. But it's not even the Raiders that are doing it. This is Mendoza's camp doing this. They're the ones that brought Brian Greasy in to work with him. It wasn't the Raiders. The Raiders have no part of this. They can't. I don't think they even could, because that could be some sort of
that's tampering.
Yeah, I mean, is that considered tampering?
Yeah, that's interesting, actually, that you say that. Because imagine him doing all that and then they don't take him.
Right? Yeah, right. If it was the Raiders hiring him and doing this, then all right, then obviously that's the case. But it's Mendoza's crew that's doing this. So now, could you imagine if we trade it out and we don't take Mendoza? It's going to be like, shit, this was all for nothing, So.
Exactly. All right, man. I'll let you guys get back to the show.
All right, thanks, man. I appreciate you calling in, Coach. I love it when you call in, man.
Yep.
Take care, man.
Bye.
So John Rader says Bill Musgrave will pull the biggest steal. He wants Mendoza. He recruited him in Cal. Now he's the QB coach for the Jets. So Musgrave will try to pull off big trade, even though he ain't in charge.
There's a reason why you like Bill Musgrave, huh?
I love the guy now. What's up, Barney? What's going on?
In all honesty, pure talk.
Yep.
What is the one reason why you don't want us to take Mendoza? So it is absolute 100%. Take your
I'm
time.
even more for it now
Take
because
your time. No, what is it about Mendoza that you don't like, why you don't want to take him?
I've told you I don't have a problem with him. I just have a problem with everybody anointing him.
Okay.
That's my problem. This is where everything gets taken out of context with me.
I'm putting it into context right now.
What?
Do you think he's good enough to be the number one pick?
No, I think there's better talent for the number one pick than him.
There's nobody else more talented. Really? This draft does not have anybody that's going to supersede that. Not at the position that we're drafting. No. There's no edge rusher in this draft. There's no left tackle in this draft. There's no wide receiver, and there's no absolute cornerback in this draft that is going to supersede Mendoza.
So if I say one name right now, you're not going to take him. You wouldn't put him talent-wise as a BPA over Mendoza?
Go ahead.
Caleb Downs.
He's a safety.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking
You-
pure talent. PB, best player available by
Listen.
talent, not
Listen.
by position and not by because we need one so bad.
If you went strictly off of talent and the way the draft system was established, that it didn't matter, you just took the best player available, then yes,
All right,
Caleb
let me
Downs.
rephrase that then. Let me rephrase that. Your choice is Mendoza or Caleb Downs, but they have to start day one immediately.
Mhm.
Who are you putting your trust behind out of those two? Who do you think could go in there and have an impact immediately?
On the franchise?
Yeah.
Well, immediately it's going to be Caleb Downs. Long term is
Okay,
going to be
then.
Fournette.
I just you
Hold on, you didn't even let me finish.
It doesn't have. You just said it would be Caleb Downs. That's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear is that you say that Caleb Downs can go
Okay.
in and have an immediate
Can I
impact.
finish? Can I finish so
now
the rest
you're
of the check?
telling me that
Can I finish so that everybody else can hear what I have to say?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So day one starter, immediate impact would be Caleb Downs. But if you're drafting for the future, the
Not
best
what I
impact is going to be Fernando Mendoza.
It's not what I asked, though.
Well, that's the way it's going to. That's the way it is.
Pure value of that number one pick. Okay, for pure value, who's going to come in and be an immediate starter for this team and have an impact immediately?
If you're going to go pure value, if you want to add value to it, Jeremiah Love.
I like that even better. But I just said Caleb Downs, so I know how much you like Caleb Downs.
So in the long run, the point I'm trying to get is there's a dislike for Fernando Mendoza. There is. You do have a dislike for Fernando Mendoza.
No, I don't. I told you that.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, I
You've
just
already said I don't. You've already
everything.
you've in the past have said I don't like the way he looks.
I never said that. I never said I don't like the way he looks. I said he's goofy, but I never said I don't like the way he looks. That's not saying I don't like the way he looks.
Hold on. Let me. It's just something about him that just bothers me. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, but I've said that about other people too in the past with the talk. Right. I don't care.
The point I'm trying to get is it's off the characteristic of the person in itself, not the player. And that's why I keep saying don't look at Clark Kent. Don't look at Clark Kent.
Here we go.
Don't look at Clark Kent. If you do, you're going to fool yourself.
Man, so why wouldn't I look at him? I know he's Clark Kent and Superman. You ain't tricking me. What the hell? But no, I don't remember what the fuck I was going to say now.
You were going to say you love me.
No, fuck you, Jason. There it is.
All right.
At least one time there.
It's been 2 weeks since I've gotten one of those.
No, what I was getting at was, so you just proved to me that he's not the number one overall BPA. That's just not it. There we go. Phone call. You're on Raider Nation Voices with Jeff and Jason. State your name.
What's up? What's up, Jeff? It's your old pal Kenneth here.
Hey, what's up, Kenneth? How you doing, brother?
Oh, pretty good, man. As far as that question you were asking about about Cousins,
yeah,
I would consider him being a perfect, like what they would call a bridge QB, so to speak.
Yeah, he's a stopgap.
It gives
it's all the same meaning, basically.
Yeah, it gives Mendoza time to get accustomed to the NFL side of things, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know most people tend to think they want him on the field sooner rather than later, but I wouldn't throw him on the field just yet. I want to see how he does in like practice and stuff before being tossed on the field.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Anyway, my man, I don't want to take up too much of your time.
No problem.
I just wanted to make sure I called in. All right.
Later, buddy. So Jim Garrison says, "What's up, Jim? Welcome in, man." He says, "So if you don't want Mendoza at number one, who would you take at number one then?" If I'm not taking Mendoza, I'm trading out. I'm getting
okay.
more,
So you can't. I'm going to throw a hypothetical at you.
Go for it.
We're going to play hypotheticals. Nobody's going to give you the draft capital that you need to move back out of 1. Now what? You're stuck with the number 1 pick. The Jets came in and said, we'll swap picks with you, and we'll give you a 5th round to move up 1 spot in the 1st round. Kind of a cheesy offer, but let's just say that's the best offer you got.
That's just so weak. You're really grasping it because you know it's going to be better than that. Come on, that's not even right.
And we'll get to my point. We'll get to my point from there. But this
what's your point?
On the hypothetical. Okay, well, I'm not even gonna put numbers to it. I'm just gonna say you received 3 phone calls from GMs that want to move up to the number 1 pick, and you're there. Mendoza is not the guy, and you're stuck at the number 1 pick.
Okay,
but you're not going to take Mendoza. You're not going to take him. He sucks.
So I'm forced to pick, but we're not taking Mendoza.
Right.
So you're asking who I would pick?
Yep.
At that point, I'm taking either Reese or Sonny Styles. You're forcing me to pick, so I'm making a decision that one of them is the number 1 overall pick if Mendoza's not in.
But who's the number 1? Lock it in.
It would be Reese at that point, I think.
You're hesitant.
Oh, again, it's either him or Sonny Styles.
Okay. But you're at number 1. Nobody else can take that pick from you.
Yeah. I just have to decide.
You got to be locked in. You got to be locked in.
Linebacker or the edge. Is Max still on the team? Did we trade him before the draft?
So
if we traded Max before the draft, then it's definitely if let's put it this way: if Max wasn't here and that trade went through, because it did happen, it just got reversed. Okay, so if that did happen, I'm taking Reese hands down because I need to pull somebody in that could potentially at some point fill that void for what we lost with Max. So right now, in all honesty, I'm taking Reese. Reese is my number 1.
Yeah, and I'm just going with the conditions that are with us right now. We do have Max.
Okay, so. I'm taking Reese. How's that?
Okay.
But I still rather trade out. If I'm not taking Mendoza, someone else will want him bad enough where they'll move up and give more than a 5th round pick.
Yeah. And a lot of
Jim, I think that kind of answers your questions.
What's that?
That kind of answers Arnie's and Jim's question. Take Mendoza out of the draft. Who would you draft at number 1? No trade downs. Reese at that point.
Nah.
James Firpo's in the house. What's up, James Firpo?
Yeah, let him have it.
We got to catch up here. I'm so far behind.
We're not too far behind.
No, safety, running back, and linebacker are devalued positions not shown in the top 5 in the draft. In all honesty, Jeremiah Love would probably be the number 1 overall if it wasn't for Mendoza. It's just that we don't need a running back that high.
Nah,
if we didn't have Genty, oh hell yeah, Love would be that would be my pick hands down. Let's see, where are we here? Maybe Mendoza will be generational. Yeah. All right.
And the reason why
get some help.
The reason why I would agree with you on that because you have 2 guys on the board. You have Reese and Sonny Styles on the board, correct?
Yeah.
Reese would probably be a better fit in the conditions that we're at now because of Nakobe Dean and Walker. Okay, so he's more of he'll be a stand-up outside, and he could put his hand in the dirt and play defensive end if need be. Okay, even though he's a little slight, he can still get after the quarterback tight on that on the weak side, not the strong side, but the weak side. He can still line up tight on the tackle and still be effective. Styles is more Nakobe Dean. We basically got Sonny Styles with 4 years of NFL experience. It's just a matter of keeping him healthy.
Hey, just real quick, everybody. Anybody that's been following the NCAA Final Four today. So UConn won earlier. They beat Illinois 71-62, so they are in the national championship. Right now, Michigan is winning over Arizona 81-60.
That game's over.
Yeah, pretty much. Although somebody from Michigan just went out injured. There is 7 minutes left in that game. And again, they're up 81-60, which goes good for me because in my NCAA bracket, I have UConn winning it all, and in the championship game, it's UConn versus Michigan. So I got my rest of my brackets got destroyed, like all the lower level stuff out of it. But those two guys made it all the way to the end. Thank God. I didn't even have Arizona going this far. Willie Wayne's in the house. What's up, Willie Wayne?
What's going on, Willie Wayne?
See, DSZ, what's up, brother? Cousins isn't going to be the future. No, he's not going to be the future. Why would you not take Mendoza number one? You all dumb. No, we're not dumb. I guess some are fighting this.
Emotional damage.
If we don't take Mendoza, half the Raider Nation's going to lose their shit. I'm telling you.
I'm not going to be on that half, though.
Huh?
I'm not gonna throw a fit if we don't take him.
No, because you're okay with trading back if we do. You don't
as
have that.
long as there's a plan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, right now,
guess what we just signed a veteran quarterback that gives us that buffer. So it makes a little bit more sense. And signing Cousins when we did. Now, when we do the next 2 weeks, we go hard and heavy on vetting Mendoza, from how he ties his shoes to what he eats for breakfast to what his grade school teachers thought of him to, we already know what Signetti thinks of him, thinks very highly of him. His Cal coaches, they think real highly of him, So we have all that already in place. Now the rest of it, just kind of put it all together, formalize, give him a score and saying, okay, he's an absolute number one pick, right? Which I think he is. And that's even watching games, watching tape. Okay. And and I want it here right now, and don't deny it. This isn't a joke. This is serious, of how soon in the season last year that I brought him forefront on the Last Call podcast. Okay. Because I had watched him at Cal. Full stop. When the college season started, after the first game of the season, I was watching Cal, and I saw this number 3 left-handed quarterback, Sagaputolele. I hope I said it right. I went to watch Cal because one of my kids transferred to Cal. One of my kids from Antigua High School had transferred to Cal. So I went to watch the Cal game he was playing. And I saw the quarterback, and I go, man, what happened to that Mendoza kid that was playing last year? Oh, come to find out, he went to Indiana. So by week 3, I had pulled up Indiana because I'm able to watch games from all over the United States. And I pulled up Indiana and I was watching them. And of course, they won the game like 71-0 or something against some Chattanooga, Tennessee State, Southern, whatever university. It wasn't even close. But then the Illinois game came. And at the time, Indiana was ranked number 19 in the country. Illinois was number 1. And Illinois had a stud defense. And they put the 63-10, they put the whooping on them. Did they score defensive touchdowns here or a punt return? Yeah. But he still put some numbers up. And you watch him play, and it was like, oh, he looks pretty good in Indiana. And then the next game, then the UCLA game. I went back and watched the UCLA game. I was like, he can make those throws.
Yeah.
He can. You go to and I have it written down here somewhere. My notes when I watched that game.
Let's see. In the no hands catches era Mendoza was a lock. I have to repeat myself. Body catches from Mendoza.
I don't know exact time, but it's right at the end of the first quarter of the UCLA game. You go to the end of the first quarter, watch the UCLA game, go to the end of the first quarter. They had it at the goal line, right? And he takes a snap, he drops back. But he takes a drop, steps back. He goes read one to the right, not there. Over the middle, not there. He steps up, steps back, comes out of the pocket, starts to take off running like he's going to go left. The defense starts coming up towards him. He slows down, squares his shoulders up, and fires it to the guy coming across the backfield between two defenders. And when you see that play, you go, okay, those are the plays that make an NFL quarterback. Is it one play? Yeah, but you can go through and see lots of plays. Like I hear, especially like with Dan Orlovsky, what did he do against Ohio State. Well, how many players from Ohio State are getting picked in the top 10 this year off that defense? So we got Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese, right? You got Cade McDonald coming out in the draft. They're on that defense, right? I wouldn't expect Indiana to put up a whole lot of points against that defense to begin with. But I can expect them to keep the game close, keep it close, battle throughout the game. And that's what he did. He battled. I mean, you saw that first shot, that first play of the game, he rolled out and he took it right in that gut. That Curry laid him out. I thought he was done. I thought that's it. Indiana ain't got a chance to win now. No. And he came back 2 plays later, started throwing the ball again. I mean, he wasn't lights out. I get it. But in the fourth quarter, when they needed a play at the end of the game to sew the game up, it wasn't a check down. It wasn't no go. It was no throw a little 5-yard hitch or anything. No, he hit Decker up the seam over the top, dropped it right in the bucket. First down, game over. And that's when we were watching that. And that's when our partner on the other podcast goes, "Oh my God, that's an NFL throw if I ever saw one." You know what I mean? So it's just like that Penn State game, same thing. Iowa game. You know, you can go back and watch those games. The Wisconsin game. You know, there's lots of games that you just go, yeah, they have a good team. Yeah, they got a good running game, but he's doing his part too. Which I hope if we draft him, that's what he does. Because I sure the hell wouldn't want to have Marcus Allen, Bo Jackson, and Mark Wilson as our quarterback.
What's up, Ace? Kirk Cousins washed up, Mendoza a bust. I'm not calling the kid a bust.
And I'm not saying Kirk Cousins washed up either. He played.
I'm not saying he's washed up either. He's still got some life left in him.
Some juice.
If we can keep him upright, we got a chance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm not calling Mendoza a bust either. I mean, could he be? I don't know. Who knows? I mean, he could turn out to be the best thing ever. Who fucking knows? You know, I still don't think any quarterback's going to come in this league and come even close to Tom Brady's record. It's just not happening. It's just not going to happen. I just don't see it. You
got to play a long time. That's the same with Jerry Rice's records.
Let's see, where are we here? It's trying to catch up. Arnie, who's your favorite NFL prospect at O-line this year? I don't know, to be honest with you.
My God.
I've been so, yeah, I mean, he's obviously the highest ranked one.
You got to go watch him. He's pretty badass.
Yeah, no. What I'm getting at is it's just been, everybody's been so on the Mendoza thing that it seems like that's like the only thing I've really paid attention to more than anything because of the hype. Mm-hmm. You know, and I'm not saying the hype in a bad way. I'm just saying because, you know, it's the main talk. You know, I'm seeing things where now looks like Tyson's dropping in the rankings now too. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
injuries. Injury history.
Is what?
Injury history.
Yeah.
He gets hurt.
For a while, it looked like he was possibly going to be the number one wide receiver taken in this draft. Now he's fallen back as far as like 9 and 10.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and now what's his name from Ohio State's jumped up because of that.
Mm-hmm.
But if I had to pick an offensive lineman early, Moagai, I guess that's how you say his name. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Colin Coward said Mendoza is Peyton Manning. We haven't seen him take a snap yet. Yeah, I don't get that either. He didn't even pass for 4,000 true.
He didn't have 400 pass attempts either.
He didn't have to when he had a hell of a running game and an awesome offensive line that was making holes for these guys to run the ball.
He still did his part. 41 touchdowns.
And because the defense was so good, he was getting, you know, shorter field more and more every goddamn game.
Ran for 7 touchdowns.
He started at his own 5-yard line and run the field with it.
Penn State.
One game. You mentioned one game.
Wisconsin.
Anything else?
Yeah.
How many times did he have a shorter field than most teams?
Iowa, they got a short field
deep because their defense was trash. And
Iowa,
you had a
they
really good defense in
Iowa, they had
Indiana.
a short field the whole game.
Huh?
They had he was short field. Iowa, they had a long field the whole game.
Yeah, they should have lost.
They were
that
constantly. I think their average start was past the 20-yard line. I mean, they had to go. It was constantly 60, 70, 80 yards to score.
What was the stat I saw where he didn't throw it for more than 20 to 25?
He was number one in FBS of yards per attempt.
Okay.
9.8. He had 9.8 yards per attempt. Ty Simpson was 8 point something.
Yeah, and how many balls difference was thrown between the two? Big difference, I bet, right?
Yeah, he didn't throw it as many times.
So of course he keeps his.
Is it a Mendoza problem or an Indiana problem? Because I can tell you right now, Kurt Cignetti did not play his offense to curtail to try and make some elite quarterback. His job was to get the team to win.
Okay, but that's what I'm getting at then. You just kind of proved part of the point. If he's not this elite quarterback because he wasn't chucking the ball like crazy because they had such a balanced offense or extremely overbalanced with the increasing running game and a shorter field all the time because of their defense too on top of that. So how elite is
everything that you're trying to press as a negative are actually positives.
Dude, we're talking our team now. We're going to rely on him to be that guy with this. If he comes in as the day one starter with the talent we have right now, you honestly think he could do the same thing?
And if he doesn't succeed, it's not his fault. It's ours.
All right. So if he didn't succeed in Indiana, it wasn't his fault?
No, it would have been Indiana's fault.
Okay. So Jim says there's no guarantee Mendoza turns out to be generational talent in the pro level, but we got to take a chance on him. Can't keep running out, AOCs, Gardner Minshew's, and Geno Smiths. That shit just, we're going to run out our Cousins now. Let's see. Question: what happens with AOC? We're not trading him, and I don't see us cutting him either.
It'd be stupid to cut him.
Yeah, I mean, we could trade him if it comes to the point where Mendoza's definitely the supplants AOC as the backup. Then I could see us possibly trading him before the deadline during the season. It's not going to happen now because you don't even know what we got right now. So Mendoza's not just a game changer; he's a playmaker. Proof is in the film. And JD says it. What's up, Raider Nation? Chewy, what's up, Chewy?
What's going on, Chewy?
Raider Pete, what's up? Second round is key, but cannot count out this organization trading the top pick. No matter who calls the shots, expect the unexpected. What's up, brother? Injuries and experience. Ty is dropping big time. I think his pro day hurt him too.
Who, Ty's?
Yeah. I heard he was like real. I didn't see it.
He was actually pretty. It was a pro day.
I heard his throws weren't that great. Like he was kind of noodle arming it, I guess.
They weren't bad.
Again, I don't put anything into pro days. I'm sorry.
You heard what I said yesterday, and I posted it. I reposted it. Right, what I think about pro days. Pro days are a glorified pregame warm up.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, you're just out there playing catch. There's no pass rush. There's no cornerbacks on the wide receivers to force you to put the ball in different spots. You're just throwing it up there, and he's running underneath it and catching it. I mean, the fuck, I could go and do that, and people will be like, wow, that was amazing. Look at the throw he just made. Seriously. Anybody can go out. If you can throw a football, you can go and have a pro day and do just as good, to be honest with you.
Unless you're Teddy Bridgewater.
What is it you're doing any different? Seriously, what is it that he's doing any different than like what you would do if you went out there and threw the ball?
Nah.
Seriously, there's no defense for him to read to adjust and make a different play. There's no pass rush coming in to force him to run out of the pocket. I mean, you can act like there's a pass rush and tell him he's got to run to that cone and then throw the ball. Fuck, anybody can do that. It might not be as pretty as like a kid that's played quarterback his entire life, but I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Seriously.
There's some things that you can take from pro day, though.
Like what?
Preparation.
A preparation H or for what? To play catch
Prepare.
with your receivers?
Execute.
What preparation do you need for that? That's what I'm getting at.
He
Other than
put-
conditioning.
Do you know he put that?
okay.
Do you know he put that whole thing together? The pro day. He's the one that did that. It wasn't no coaches. It wasn't no scouts. It wasn't no. It was him.
Yeah,
that
and I'm
put
sure
that
Ty
together.
Simpson did the same thing too. So what's
Leadership.
oh, come on. You're going to call it that? I mean, come on, man. It's anybody.
I ain't even going to argue with that. Argue with you over that.
You run to the 40-yard line.
Ain't even
and
gonna
take the hook. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, how hard is that? Seriously. How hard can that be?
He put each one of those were put together based on the player that he would be thrown to. He wanted to highlight their route running, their ability to make the catch, and their ability to compete.
And that's where
at a
he
high
paid
rate.
off, because he said, I want to highlight what they can do. So if it didn't look good, it would be on them, not him.
Oh my God! So you're saying that he used that as an excuse?
Up.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to crank.
No, but think about it. And this is one of the things that came out of that pro day.
I love this. I love this banter.
Scouts and coaches were impressed with the fact that he was actually the one that put the entire pro day together, how it was going to function, where the start, the stop, the go, the efficiency, and it was smooth of how it operated.
It's definitely Gino's fault because he didn't win.
No, it's Trump's fault.
Huh?
It's Trump's fault if he doesn't succeed.
Yeah. No, it's ultimately Gino's fault because Gino sucked so bad that we ended up with the number one pick in the worst year to have the number one pick looking for a quarterback.
Yeah.
It's like,
Gino's going to get the Jets, Arch Manning.
And I say that when I say that it's the worst year for a quarterback because there's no other options. There's no comparison to go up against. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If there were look at when Caleb Williams came out and Jaden Daniels, there was competition there. Same thing with Bryce Young and CJ Stroud. You know, you had measurables that you could put up against these two guys because they're either going number one or number two. You know, so you it's just which one fit your system better. But now we're pigeonholed to take Mendoza because he's really the only option.
I don't think we're pigeonholed. I don't think we're pigeonholed.
Yeah, we are. But what other options you got for quarterback? You have no options. That's what I'm getting at, and that's what I don't like. I don't like not having an option. We have an option. To have to take him because he's the only one. If there was another quarterback that came out in this draft that was just as good as him, at least now we can compare the two and which one fits our system better. You know, which one fits Kubiak's system better?
We have an option.
What's the option?
For 2026, we have an option. We just signed him.
No, I'm talking in the draft. I'm not talking about Kirk Cousins. I'm talking about in the draft, having top quarterbacks in that early part of the draft gives you options. You're not having to stick with one guy because he's the only guy there. That's my biggest problem with all this is that we're not even going to be able to explore the possibility of a second quarterback in this because the quarterback pool in this draft is so bad. There's Mendoza and then there's everybody else. And the gap between the two, between him and everybody else is huge. So, yes, Mendoza is the number one pick. He's the best quarterback in this draft, hands down. I admit that. I know that. But there's no one to compare him with. So that's why I'm saying we have no other option. There is no other option if we want that top quarterback. That's it. It's him. You know, when those other guys came out, there were other quarterbacks. You could go one way or you could go the other. This one, we can only go one way. There's nothing else to compare him to. What were you going to compare him to? Nothing.
I don't know.
You know, that's why the argument now
who came out with Andrew Luck?
But I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. I don't know that off the top of my head. But again, that's where this whole BPA comes into. You know, it's Mendoza. Basically, it's Mendoza versus best player available is what it comes down to. Is he really the best player available? Maybe, maybe not. You know? Did they just win? I didn't even see the end of the game. Yep, Michigan won. So it's Michigan and UConn Monday night in the national championship. Yes, my bracket is alive, and I'm going to win this fucking thing. So, but I know the chat's going to kill me when I said what I just said. But still, I mean, hey, I have my take. You have your take. Chat has their take. That's all. Why does your face look so weird? What are you doing?
Oh, I was watching. I was on another tab. It's the screen goes bright when it does that.
What's up, Paul? What's going on, man?
I'm
King
looking at the
Alex, what's
mirror.
up, man? What's going on, King Alex? What's up? What's up? Let's see. Who would even want AOC though? True, but I mean, as a backup, it's possible. You know, maybe the Jets because Gino ain't gonna be it for them. Let's see. Sugarcoat project, the real talk. Didn't we want to give up a third rounder for Gino and then get nothing in return? Oh, yeah, we gave up a third rounder for him. No, we got something in return. We didn't have to eat his contract. That's a good thing. And we gave them a 7th round and we got a 6th round in return. Where are we? Pro day, there is no pressure. 3. Hey, exactly. Oh, it was RG3? That's who the other one was? That's when he came out with Luck?
Ryan Tannehill, RG3.
Yeah, Tannehill never amounted to what everybody thought he was going to be, unfortunately.
Is it RG3?
I thought he was going to be all right, but he ended up in a bad situation in Miami. Philbin as a head coach was not good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not getting Genty with the first. Yeah, and my thing with Genty, and you know what? And I stood by it, and I was 100% correct on it. So anybody wants to argue with me on that one, pound sand.
What were you 100% correct on?
I told him, I said last year, I said, Genty is not the pick for us because our O-line is going to be trash. We're not doing it. We should fix the O-line. If you're going to bring in a kid of his talent and want the best out of him, we need to fix the O-line. And what I saw first preseason game answered everything I needed to see, and I called it then right after that game. I said, we are going to be horrible all year if they don't get this shit fixed before the season started. And what happened? We were garbage with the offensive line. We couldn't get a steady starting 5 guys out there on a consistent basis. The offensive line was garbage. Genty was having games that were just not even worth his time even being out there. Poor kid was getting beat to shit. All right. Yeah, he still had close to 1,000 yards, but didn't hit the 1,000 yards. Yeah, he got better as the season went on. He had his game. He had a good game at least once during the season where he was phenomenal. But you still didn't get to see the full capability of what that number 1 pick was, that 6th overall first round pick, what he could have been. You know, and is it all his fault? No, it's not his fault. It's the coaches. It's the offensive line not gelling. It's the coaches messing with JPJ's head. So I called it when we drafted, but once we drafted and then I saw what we did with the offensive line guys that we brought in, I felt better. I saw the plan, but the plan wasn't really put to fruition. Those guys didn't get the legit shot to start until way late in the season when I think they probably were ready way before. You know, my prediction was Caleb Rogers was going to start at least by the bye week, if not immediately after.
Yeah.
He didn't start until a few weeks after that. And when he got out there, he looked pretty damn good for his first game. I was impressed.
Could I be honest with you?
What?
It wouldn't have mattered who we took with the 6th pick last year. They were going to suck based on the composition of that entire team.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. But
so to say it was a Genty thing, I wouldn't say it's a Genty thing. I would just say it was probably not a running back at number 6. But having
we could have taken offensive lineman is what I was getting at. We could have taken
but the offensive lineman that we're aiming for, I mean, we could have got Mimbo. I think Mimbo would have been fine. I'd have been good. If we would have taken Mimbo instead of Genty, I'd have been just as happy with it. But also too, it's you can really get some good quality offensive linemen 2nd and 3rd round as well.
Which we didn't do. And we picked a Jack Betch. You know, we could have, because here's my thing. With last year, there were so many running backs that came out that would have been, I mean, some of them, obviously, some of them were better than Genty, and some didn't even start the whole season and still had better stats than Genty. Okay, better games than Genty had because they were on better teams with an offensive line that could move. Okay, so if we would have taken say Membu in the first round, all right, and not take Genty, all right. So now, yes, we're bringing in an offensive lineman, take a running back later in the draft. You know, we could have gotten I would have been fine with either one of the two Ohio State running backs. So we had two to choose from.
Mhm.
You had Judkins and you had
Henderson.
Henderson. You know, we could have taken either one of those two, and we could have taken them later. Look at one of the ones that in the Senior Bowl, McCorsky, whatever his name is,
McCoskey. Yeah, I know you're talking about
yeah.
the Commanders running back that ate us up.
And look what he did last year. He had a freaking pretty decent year last year. Okay,
He wouldn't have done that behind that offensive line.
no, he wouldn't have. But again, with the right line, he could have. Is what I'm
Yeah.
getting at. So we're still looking at as of the line that we had. But if we would have just made one pick different with that offensive line, yes, the coaching probably still would have fucked it up, and without a doubt. But
we
now
could have
you-
drafted. We could have drafted Panay Sewell last year, and that offensive line would have still sucked.
Correct. But now you look at this year, you would have already had Membu here. Now with a better offensive-minded head coach, along with the offensive line coordinator, you know, that changes things now. You know, now we would have to. Then I would feel even more secure about getting a rookie quarterback. To be honest with you.
Repeat what you just said. Repeat what you just said again. Start from the beginning. Repeat what you just said.
About what? Where am I starting?
About it wouldn't have mattered. We still at least at this point we would have had Membo on the roster already.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what are you getting at?
At least we already have Genty on the roster already.
Yeah, but now we have to get the offensive line fixed now, and it's still not fixed. We could have had the pieces already with the number one pick last year in the first round. Is what I'm getting at, and we could have had a different running back. That number one would have been less money, would have been probably just as good as Genty. That was my whole argument last year, was that the team was not set up for a running back. We weren't. And it was proven all season long that we were not set for a running back of Genty's caliber. And we're ignoring the chat too much, and I don't like this.
You know, and the Thunder from Down Under popped in. And so we got pretty much every continent covered on tonight's show.
Genty was the pick. You are wrong on that. Well, right now we think he's the pick, but last year I didn't agree with it 100%. But again, I calmed down by the third round when we grabbed those offensive linemen because I saw what they were trying to do, but they never went through with it until way too late. If it would have worked out the right way, would have been good. What's up, Alpha Kasi? How you doing, brother? You said you needed to get 200 yards. He was 200 yards. I didn't say 2,000. When the hell did I say 2,000? If I did say that, I know when I said that, and I was joking if you would have paid attention. I didn't say that, he should have been. No. So because we didn't have the best O-line year one automatically makes him a bust. No, I didn't say he's a bust. My God. I already said it's not his fault. It was the offensive line. Why do people put words in my mouth, man? No, O-line was horrible last year. What's up, G-Fam? Jeff, you did not give a 10-10 on surveys or ratings because you feel no one is first. No, I give perfect surveys on certain things for sure. When it's customer service, if they're good, man, they get a 100. They get a 10 for 10, baby. What's up, Raider Paul? What's going on? Let's see. Genty Bowers, Mendoza of the future. Yeah. Jeff, you still wouldn't want to draft Mendoza if we got Membo. I just said that.
I just sent you a private chat, just so you
know. Yeah, you got him on IG?
No, I don't.
Hang on. Hold on. Go through the chat while I'm doing this.
Okay, where are we at with the chat? Let me see here. Jeff, you still wouldn't want to draft Mendoza if we got Membu.
Afakasi, check your Instagram.
Now we have secured the most coveted offensive lineman available in free agency, and you're still not happy. I wouldn't say that. I think you're pretty excited about getting Linderbaum.
Oh, I'm not happy.
No.
I'm ecstatic that we got him. You kidding me? That's the only guy I wanted in free agency. If we didn't do anything else, I would have been fine with just him, to be honest with you, on the offensive side anyway. You know, trust me, I like all the moves we made in free agency. So there's nothing wrong with what we did as far as I'm concerned. I think we laid out some.
This is point proven right here. And I think of everything that we've done in the offseason, this right here is the best that we've done. Right here. And I don't even like the guy.
We got a voicemail. Somebody left a voicemail instead of calling in. Or it must have been while I was on the phone with someone. That time, Money Chuck. How did I not hear the phone ring?
Oh, yeah. Let me give a shout out. God Family's in the building. Thanks for coming in, brother. I got your already posted your thing. I have a Cassia as well. I don't think we gave a shout out to Raider Paul, but Raider Paul, shout out to you, brother. Thanks for coming in tonight. You, Anthony, thanks for coming in. Raider Jeff, Raiders First Downs Nation. What's up? Also, didn't give a shout out to Lecky, I don't believe, but here's your shout out, my friend. When you don't know what you're doing, you start Will Punham and Meredith at center. Thank you. Yeah, last year was a train wreck disaster.
Disgusting.
I wish they could just erase that season altogether.
It's just horrible. I'm gonna play this voicemail. I don't know who it is.
Yes, what's up, Raider Jeff? Raider First Down. It's the number one Raider stunner. What? And I just wanted to say that I think the Kirk Cousins signing was a real good deal because he played with the Minnesota Vikings and the Atlanta Falcons, and I think that when we get Fernando Mendoza is going to have a real good mentor on Kirk Cousins being, that veteran is teaching, the ins and outs of what to look forward to in the season. So I think this is a pretty good pickup for the Raiders. So thank you very much for taking my call, and I really appreciate that. And both of y'all have a nice night.
Yep.
That was good. That was a good one.
Yeah. Frank Weber just popped in. Frankie.
What's up, Frank?
Thanks for coming in, brother. And Chewy. Yeah.
No, I know, Paul. Trust me, I don't take shit personal. I may fire back at people when they say things, but dude, it's as far as I'm concerned, have to most of the time it's just done and over with right after that part. I don't hold no grudges, man.
Ultimately, for everybody in chat,
I still do shit with him.
I'm surprised he didn't kick me out of the company by now. Too valuable.
Slow down.
For all intents and purposes,
stop it. Get some help.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna take the sound card away from you. For all intents and purposes, no matter how we discuss this as fans, what ultimately happens is not going to affect these four walls in my house. And I'm still going to be a fan. I'm still going to hang my silver and black on the wall. I'm going to still wear silver and black all the time. I'm still going to love my Raiders no matter what. I mean, if we can endure Andrew Walters and Jamarcus Russell and Aaron Brooks and we can go on and on and on. If we can endure those, then we get to this point. If for some reason it turns out the way you got to understand, Fernando is not Jamarcus. Jamarcus, had nothing to do with his football acumen, besides the fact he didn't know what the hell he was doing out on the football field. But it was his whole passion for the game in and of itself. He had none. He didn't care. He wanted it. He had earned $32 million by winning the Sugar Bowl and standing on one knee and throwing the ball 70 yards. So he got his $30 million and he spent all of his money on diamond earrings and then that's that. So, but that's pretty much my end of it. Oh, Marcus is in here. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I did. I already said hi to him.
All right. Yeah. Coach Gravy's in here as well.
Mm-hmm.
Coming in
I
pretty
saw
hot.
Gravy. I put him
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. I was busy talking.
Gravy, check your Instagram.
So, what else is going on? I think we kind of deviated from our profile that we had laid out.
Yeah, but that's okay though. This is, you know what? This is what this show turned into tonight is exactly what I wanted it to be. You know, it became a debate. You know,
Discussion,
there's some clip
arguments.
it worthy stuff that's going to come out of this 100%.
Yeah.
You know, so the shorts that are going to be pulled off of this one are going to be pretty fucking good. Especially the ones with Money Chuck and I talking on the phone. Those
yeah.
would be good. You know.
Yeah. Good thing you guys weren't in the same room. I'd have to be breaking you guys up.
No, I'm not violent. I mean, the fuck, man. You make me seem like I'm violent or something. And we've got a guest with us. Well, what's up,
Hey.
AI? What's going on, brother?
The math, the man, the myth, the legend.
I'm no legend, but thank you very much, Jason. What's going on, gang?
What's going on,
man? How you doing?
Running some errands, but I thought I'd tap in because she sent us a link. So, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we just wanted to see your face for once.
Oh, actually, while you're in here, I'm going to ask you I want to ask you a question. What's your feeling on the whole Kirk Cousins? Like, where do you stand?
Sorry, I got a
Kirk
call
Cousins?
coming in. I'll be back in 2 minutes, right?
Okay.
Go Voices.
Great. If you're still listening, I sent you the link in Instagram. If you want to pop in, because I know you wanted to get on. You said you'd be willing to talk about stuff, so we could give you the opportunity to pop in here tonight. Yeah. I am, in the meantime, going to shut down the phone line because if we're gonna have Afakasi in here, I don't want to have the phone interrupt. Plus, we're already almost at the 2-hour mark. We'll go over. I don't have a problem going over.
Well, yeah. I have to go make a public service announcement to the family real quick.
Oh, hurry up, because I was just going to go myself. Go for it. What's up, Mike Boom? Mike Boom in the house. If you don't take a QB or trade back and stay at number one, what player would you take? It's funny because Jason asked that question earlier. No trade backs. Mendoza is not the one that we take. Who would I take? And basically what I said I would do at this point, if I had a pick, it would either be Sonny Styles or Reese, but I just went with Reese. That's what I went with. Yeah, Darren, that's Afakasi. He's in Australia. He'll be back on in a second. Let's see. Alex, what's up, Alex? What's going on, man? How you doing tonight? And Marcus, man, it's good to see you in here tonight too, man. Let's see. Until I see a bona fide offer on the table, Mendoza is a choice. Yeah, no, exactly. And I'm not disagreeing with that. It's definitely the way that this is going to go. I don't see it going any other way. You know, some moments are worth buying into. Mendoza is happening. Glazing, though. The glazing is getting everywhere. It's gross. Yeah, right, John Rader. We select the kicker. We'll take that kid that ran that 4.3. That freaking kid is freaking talk about a physical specimen for a kicker. I've never seen a kicker that well. It's a vast, big difference from what Janikowski looked like. That's for damn sure. Who else is here? By the way, something to Brady's being supple theory, aka 12. Learned that recently. It works. Let's see, where are we? No, it's 0.0. Yeah,
10 minutes. Come and get her. Come on, go.
Right, so where's the banners? What do we need to put?
You coming or you going?
So basically, what's the plan now? Where do you think we're going with this? You know, everybody that's okay with Kirk Cousins being here, you expected him to start the whole season, provided he doesn't get injured. I want JD's perspective on why Mendoza is going to be a bust. I see what you did there. I like it.
He doesn't have that dog in him.
Yeah.
Not tough.
Yeah.
Can't take a hit.
Two fucking sayings I hate the most.
He's a nerd.
Dude, Pot fucking Doberman? What the fuck? What do you mean he doesn't have that dog? Oh, he's got that dog in him. That and he's tough. He's got that toughness. Of course he's fucking
come
tough.
on.
He's playing a fucking football game.
Ray Lewis used to always say, "Any dogs in the house?" Come on,
That's
you
'cause
like
he was so
you
used
love
to
that
being
champ.
in Cleveland. That's because he was used to being in Cleveland and stuff. So, you know.
So my perspective on why he could be a bust.
Good, you take over. I'll be right back. I gotta go pee. And I'm gonna go have a cigarette because if Afakasi comes on and if Coach comes on, I know we're gonna be on for a while. So I'm gonna take a cigarette break right now. 2 hours. I'll be right back.
I can tell you this. There's a possibility he can be a bust. And what are the reasons why? Because he's not coachable. But we all know he is coachable. You can coach him hard. I mean, Kubiak could go 2 feet into that and coach him hard. I think even a guy like John Gruden could coach him hard. You know, that was one of the things that was hard with Derek Carr. He was a little sensitive to difficult coaching with John Gruden. You could tell on the sidelines. It was tough for him because he didn't have much. He couldn't push back like he used to, right? With Gruden, and that's going to be the same thing with Mendoza. He's not going to be able to push back. He comes off that sideline and he gets an earful. He better take it like a champ, right? With Cignetti, I guarantee you he's got enough practice with Cignetti that it's going to be the same with Kubiak. I think that both are the same type of coaches. Not very vocal, not rah-rah, not but when it's time to put a boot in the butt, they will do it. Let's see here. Jeff, remember when you shake it more than once, you just at that point. If Mendoza was an Angels fan, he'd definitely be a bust. Yeah. Nice one, Bueno. Nice one. Darren 451, gotta laugh out loud. See, I want to hear Mendoza and Coach say "fuck you" and not be scared to do so. He's already dumped the F word once before. I know he was just repeating what somebody else said, so biblically he's not challenged on that because he's just merely reciting what somebody else has said. But he's dropped the F-bomb and but don't be all caught up in the persona that you've seen of him because there's other sides of him that you sit there and you can watch him as he talks or he's being interviewed that it's like he's genuine. That's who he is, right? Does he fit the mold of a quote unquote Raiders quarterback with a little swag, a little define in him, little walks to comes into the pregame with big old set of beats on his head and whatnot? Is he that kind of guy? No, and that's okay too. There's nothing wrong with that. So it's like I said earlier, let's not get caught up in the Clark Kent version of Fernando Mendoza. Let's worry about what he can do when he gets into the phone booth and comes busting out. Let's see here. He's a Dodgers fan. I wonder if he is. He's from Miami, though, so there's no telling. Somebody said he heard he's a Mariners fan. Gosh dang it, ain't gonna cut it. It's Raiders. MFers. What? Mendoza neighborhood crip. Nah, we can't draft that guy. Carr never said F you. No, he had a pretty disciplined tongue. But one of the biggest trash talkers in the history of the NFL never cussed, and that was Phillip Rivers. So there's some guys that came off the field and go, I think he never said a cuss word, but he pretty much just cussed me out the way he talked to me. He's damn near one of the best QBs we've ever had. Let me see. Carr never said it. Yeah. I do have to agree with Dixon Sider in a roundabout way. Garrett Carr was one of the best, and he solidified this franchise for a long time. I think also, too, and we've discussed this many times, and it seems to be the topic of discussion, is we're so focused on the exact quarterback in and of itself. We're not focusing on the rest of the team. So you got to build the rest of the team, correct? That's why I use the example. People want to put Jim Plunkett in the Hall of Fame. Well, we say this, Mendoza, Indiana, he had a good running game. He had good linemen. He had this and that. Okay. Those are good things, right? Don't you think? I mean, so sometimes you just got to take what's given to you and work with it. And that's what he did, Quirk, a crip, Christ, more like. If Mendoza was a Dodger, his draft date would be deferred until 2036. Yeah. There's some Dodger Angel fans going back and forth. Let's see here. Does Mendoza like Beavis and Butthead? That's funny you say that. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure we are.
I am the great Cornholio. I'm a gringo. I have no bunghole. Bungholio.
And here again, Frank Weber's coming in, Plunkett, a Hall of Famer. Most of your Hall of Fame selection is going to be based off personal accolades. Jim Plunkett has none. Would you still take Jim Plunkett the way we did? Absolutely. And what was Jim Plunkett? Heisman Trophy winner. Got his ass kicked. Finally ended up in the right situation. Oh, wait, I just said it. Right situation. So that's why I say, I always go back to this. Mendoza will be if Mendoza is a failure, it's not because of him. Full stop. It's not because of him. It's going to be because of us. It's going to be because of the coaching. It's going to be because the organization get the right people around him. That's for sure the way it's going to be. Now, you could look at some of the other some of the other quote unquote top echelon quarterbacks in the NFL, and what do they have? Okay, they have people around them to make them better. Now, of course, when you take the number one pick, I totally agree with 805. When you pick a number one, it has to be an absolute. But the problem is usually with the number one pick is you're aiming for that franchise player, right? You're aiming for that edge rusher, right? Or that tackle, that left tackle. Not so much a right tackle, but left tackle, right? You're looking for maybe that wide receiver one that is just absolute, like a Justin Jefferson or DeMar Chase, something in that category, right? Somebody that's going to be constant, somebody that's going to put up 1,500 yards and 15 touchdowns, 20 touchdowns a year. Absolute, right? Or cornerback, slides up a little bit more in the value range at number one because they hold more value. They're able to control more of one side of the field with their play and their athletic ability. The quarterback is up there because why? It is number one is the hardest position to fill on the roster that will make your team that much better. So when you have a chance to do it, you got to do it. It's just simple as that. And I myself, what I've seen in Fernando Mendoza, he meets all the qualifications to pick that. If we were picking 1 through 5 and Mendoza, let's say we were picking 4 and Mendoza fell to us, I'd take him at 4.
What's up, Gia?
Now, if Mendoza Yeah, I know we hit this before, and Money Check did his little blasphemous phone call, which was actually we'd already covered all that before he made that phone call. That if Fernando was the 20th ranked player on the board, then no, you're not going to take him at number 1 if he's the 20th ranked player on the board. Absolutely not.
Hypothetical out there. He kind of took it the wrong way.
Well, no, it was a hypothetical, and I'd already answered it before that he made that phone call. It just if he was the 20th ranked, he's only number 1. He's the only quarterback in the first round, but he's ranked 20th overall on the board. Then there's some badass edge rushers or tackles or other players that fit that number 1 pick, the value of that number 1 pick. For some reason, the draft strategies that have occurred over time, and this goes back the last 50 years, is the franchise. You have to aim for the franchise quarterback at the top of the draft because that's when you're going to get your best. You're going to have your best chance of succeeding at getting that franchise quarterback is at the top of the draft. Now, historically, the top 40, anywhere in the top 40, you when you draft in a top 40 picks, when you draft a quarterback, it is with the intent of making them your franchise quarterback. If you pick a quarterback at number 60, you're not drafting him to be the franchise quarterback. You're drafting him to be a backup. If he turns in to be your franchise quarterback, that's a bonus. But your intent that day when you're turning the draft card in is we need another quarterback in the room that we could develop, that we can trust, that maybe one day could turn out to be a good quarterback. Because there's a backup quarterback can be a good backup quarterback is hard to find as well, right?
Is Frank referring to Plunkett?
Yeah, we were talking what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah, but just to kind of put Plunkett's career in perspective, trust me, I want him to be in the Hall of Fame more than anything.
Me
trust
too.
Me, I want him to be there. But realistically, they're not going to put him in.
Yeah, what they look for when they do go through the selection process is the amount of years that you've had success. Okay, he only has about 5, roughly. Right, 2 of them are Super Bowl winning years. If you take 1980, 81 and 82 were solid. 83 another Super Bowl.
81 was, no. I'm looking at his stats right now. His best years were 80 and 83.
Was 81 a strike year or 82?
Well, 81 he played 9 games, started 7. He had 4 TDs and 9 interceptions and 1,000 yards. 82 he played in 9, started 9, 14 TDs, 15 interceptions. So
that was a strike year. 1982 was a strike year. They only had
1980 he had 2,200 yards passing, 18 touchdowns, 16 interceptions. 83, 2,900 yards, 20 touchdowns, 18 interceptions. But then when you look at his career overall, he only threw for a total of 25,000 yards, which is 10,000 less than Derek Carr. He had 164 TDs to 198 interceptions. And he was with the Raiders for 8 years. So 1 year less than Carr. And you look at those numbers. His best year as a New England Patriot was actually in 73 and 74. 2,500 yards, 2,400 yards. But he also had a shit ton of interceptions too.
Yeah.
So
and he set 1 or 2 years behind Kenny Stabler. So while he was on the team.
There we go.
Now we got a packed house.
Now we got to,
Hey,
I shut the phone
gravy.
lines off, so it's just up right now. So
Hey,
we got
what's
Gravy
up,
and
man?
Alcacasti in the house. What's up, gentlemen? How you guys
Been a
both
long
doing?
time since I've seen you on the scene, Gravy. Good to see you, my friend. And
How you doing,
as
AR?
what do you
Good
guys
to see
get?
you. Good to see
Hey,
you,
what's up,
AR.
Dakota?
Jeff, JD, what's going on? How you guys
What's
doing?
going on,
man?
guys?
What's up, Kenneth?
Got to get my stuff all set up
Nice.
again, man. Got dusted off a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've been on the live show, right?
Yeah.
It's been a minute.
It's been
People
a minute.
forgot what you guys look like.
You guys hear me good? Is this thing working? These things working?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Yep.
I can't forget what Avocado looks
About
like.
my feed,
I got his poster on my wall.
You get a chance to see you, Avocado. I'm sorry about that.
It's all good. Is my feed coming through okay? Like the connections?
Yeah,
not,
no static, no nothing. It's
Okay.
actually probably one of the better ones you've had, to be honest with you.
Nah.
So
yeah, lately that's why I
good.
checked, because lately my internet's been bugging out. We're here. As for what you said, Gravy, it's all good, man. You know, I had a great time. I got to meet a lot of people that I've known for many years. Even though it was the first time, it didn't feel like the first time, and that was probably the best part about it. Anyways, enough about me. What you got for us,
Next year you do it again. I'll make sure I go see you, bro.
All right, my man.
Next year.
Let's make it happen.
Wait, anytime you come, we're friends either way. We'll get on we'll do this on video. Then if I get a chance to see you, man, I'll do. I would love to see you.
For sure, man.
Hey, John Rader, get better, man.
Hey, Jeff, valid argument with you on Money Chuck there, Jeff. He got to you a little bit. I seen the frustration coming out of you.
Because he was taking everything out of context. That was the problem.
I don't think he was. I think he's a Mendoza guy, and you and 805 is very rare. No, it's not common with you and 805. You know, I'm with you, Jeff. I'm with you, and I'm thinking. You know, I told you on that last when I called in. I love that, by the way. That's great what you're doing right there. I think that was cool.
Thanks.
I think that was cool what you guys are doing right there with the phone calls and stuff. Sometimes that doesn't work well, but you guys make it work well. Alphakazi knows that. I don't know if we gotta. If you have a show, you gotta watch. You gotta really watch and pay attention who calls you. But I don't think you have that problem. You got a real good base there.
Yeah.
But getting back to what Mendoza, I've said that we're gonna pick the guy. It's evident. You know, you get used to it. You go bitch and cry like I would do if I was on shows. Jeff, I'll be just like you. Why? Give me a reason why we think this guy. We're picking number one, so we need a quarterback. That's the reason why. We pertained to last year. Last year, we were in the same boat. Shador Sanders was the number one pick because the Raiders were picking number one for a while. You guys remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing right now.
I said that, and people are like, no. I'm
yes,
like,
it is.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Okay. Now, you both know I ain't with this Kirk Cousins mentor bullshit. The dude ain't a fucking kid. All right, he's not a baby. We already are treating this motherfucker like a baby. When has Kirk Cousins ever mentored or said, "Hey, I'm gonna teach this dude or do this guy or do"? When has a quarterback ever said they were gonna do that? People say, "Oh, Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers." Brett Favre didn't teach Aaron Rodgers nothing. He just sat because he wasn't better than Brett Favre. That's why, and he still isn't better than Brett Favre. Mahomes, Alex Smith didn't teach him nothing. The dude got hurt. That's why he didn't play.
Yeah.
That's why he sat out of here. He got hurt. So quit making these assumptions that
Alex Smith
taught him, and Brett Favre taught Aaron Rodgers. You know what? Give me some other instances. Give your facts and check it out. Check it out. Brett Favre didn't even like Aaron Rodgers. That's a fact.
Same thing happened with Cousins last year in Atlanta. He didn't help Penix at all, and Penix even says, "I get no help whatsoever."
Yeah.
So
it's not his job.
And so
it
now
really isn't.
And so now, because he's going to be on the Raiders, Kirk Cousins is going to fuck around and win his 8 games. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen.
That's what 805 is afraid of too.
and we're going to feel like shit. Mendoza's a good quarterback. I give the kid credit, but he's not a baby. He's not a pee-wee player. He has some good attributes. We need a quarterback. And we got.
Sorry, Gravy. Did you say we'd fuck around and win 8 games? If we win 8 games,
fuck around and win more than we won last year, bro.
I mean, I believe that's.
Fuck around and do it.
I mean, that's a good problem to have, but I get what Gravy's saying.
You're not going to teach this dude nothing, AR. That's what I'm saying.
He's going to make it so he can't beat out Cousins, is what it comes down to.
He's in a whatever competition that we say we're going to have, some dumb fuck is going to sit here and say, well, AOC's in the mix. Watch out. And then it's going to be the same shit he did last year.
I bet
And you know who
the
I'm talking
same
about.
person
You
when
know
he
I'm
said
talking
that.
about, AO. AO, you know
Yeah,
what
I know what you're talking about.
It's already happened.
I'll
It's
call that
already
name.
happened.
Just a report.
It's already happened. So watch out what you say, because the Kirk Cousins might be the Kirk Cousins of old to come back and do this. Okay, and the thing is that what I'm hearing about Mendoza, he needs tutoring. Kirk Cousins can teach him how to go under center. That's not hard, bro. That's not hard. Mendoza's good enough to learn under center. They just play action,
Thanks,
play
Brandon.
action, and doing it. The thing about Kubiak is 65% last year he was under center. His quarterback was under center. And
Was that because of Darnold though?
Donald was a shotgun guy the year before, so it doesn't matter.
It really does.
See this
in the long run.
They need 65% of the time. Kubiak wants his quarterback under center. That's just his philosophy. His the way he does things. It's not hard to do that. It's not. Why the fuck we get a center for a good center for it? And it's going to be different for. It's not going to be different.
Yeah, the only time I think it's an issue of shotgun versus under center is when the quarterback is like 5'10", and he's kind of handicapped a little bit at the closer to the line.
Over. Guy's fucking 6'5", and we're treating him like he's a high school guy. Going, he's not, bro. He's smart. We know he's a smart kid. And I don't know why people are making already we are making excuses and fundamental deficiencies at this. Oh, that'll be good. You know, Cousins is gonna sit there. Cousins wants to start over this guy. Cousins doesn't in practice. Cousins ain't gonna sit back and say, if he does that, I question why we have Cousins around.
Mm-hmm.
Why we have Cousins around? You guys gotta think that way.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that I don't dislike. I'm with Jeff. We could get a better foundation. And if Mendoza was a later pick, hey. But do you think that the Jets would pick Mendoza right after we did it?
Oh, I'm sure they would.
What about the Cardinals?
Well, the Cardinals are number
I know the
3.
Cardinals would.
The Cardinals would too.
Yeah.
Those are the only 3 teams that would take him right now.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Rams go up and try and get him.
And that's a possibility too.
You know what I mean?
But the Rams don't have nothing to worry about, JD. The Rams
they got
nothing to worry about. You know what I mean?
The Rams ain't
afraid to
get rid of all their first round.
Yeah,
Pussy time.
Good.
He might play better. He might play good. And Mendoza might play better with the Rams than he does us. And we have a lot to do. And we ain't cool. But I like what we did.
Mm-hmm.
We just need defensive. We need a nose tackle. We need outside defensive ends that are big, dude. It's different. I got my phone call. It's different. Those 3 guys up front need to be big, mauling ass, crazy men over there. That's what gets a 3-4 going. It's them 3 guys, and then you got one of the so-called best pass rushers in the game, averaging 10 sacks a season. You know, if that's great to you. If that's super great to people, 10 sacks a season for the last 2 years, and then real good at a thing a defensive lineman should do, then go ahead and keep your faith with Matt Crosby. But he's going to be in a different responsibility, as I said last time. His responsibility.
Gravy, hang on a second. AI wanted to say something. Go ahead, AI.
Go ahead, AI. I'm sorry, my boy.
No, you're good, man. I was just letting you finish. You were giving those examples of what Green Bay did with when they moved. They drafted Aaron Rodgers when they still had Brett Favre. You gave the example of the Chiefs when they drafted Mahomes when they had Alex Smith. Even though, if people remember correctly, Mahomes was not touted to be anything that he is now, or even close to it. But you know, here we are. What was the other example that you gave, Gravy? You gave 3.
Those are the only 2 that
you guys remember?
That I know people are over exhausting to make excuses for Cousins' so-called mentoring Fernando. A veteran.
Right.
You know, stuff like that. But I don't think that Mahomes was taught by Alex Smith, or because he never played like him, or Aaron Rodgers.
I hear you. But at the end of the day, How do they all pan out? How do they all pan out?
They're better quarterbacks than Mendoza. Those two guys. Wait from the
No, I'm just saying, like with those examples specifically, how did Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes pan out?
Well, the
Even though
best
they didn't have
quarterback in the
mentor,
league.
like right. So
They got
look, in regards
they
to
got guidance. They got guidance. They got hey, this is what we do at this type situation. This is what we do. The Raider Nation is saying, "Oh, a guy to sit down, like it's okay that this dude. I'm gonna get pissed if this guy don't start day one." Ar, that's the way I am.
Okay, Gravy, just
number one pick in the draft.
Then follow me.
Number one pick in the draft, bro. Sit there, sit and wait.
Then
number one pick in the draft. Who does that?
Go ahead.
Follow me, Gravy. Follow me. Right.
Go ahead.
All right. So in those two instances that you talked about, it worked out in the end because those two specifically, at one point or the other, would go on to be the best quarterback in the league. Because at one point, Aaron Rodgers was one of, if not the best quarterback in the league, correct? Especially that Super Bowl season where I don't know, did he win an MVP award? I believe he did. He has done.
Right? He's won a few MVPs.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is this: is that, like, look, I don't mind the Cousins move so much. I don't think it's going to change anything about us drafting with the first pick with Mendoza. Being like you look at the contract long term, it looks expensive, but at the end of the day, it seems to be just basically a 1-year deal guaranteed. And if Mendoza turns out to be everything, or his progress is going along as better than what or as we expect, then cool, we can just move on from Cousins. But at the end of the day, at least they talked about it all offseason that they wanted to bring in a veteran. And I mean, forgive me if I'm mistaken, was there any veterans that were available at this point of time that could give us a better hope of being that veteran presence than Kirk Cousins? I mean, is there a guy? Like, can you guys give me one? No?
Get Mendoza and start him.
So, right, but
right now, no.
Hear me out, Gravy. Like, if it's a case of like they just want him to just get him ready, much like what happened with Aaron Rodgers, much like what happened with Patrick Mahomes, if that's the play, then cool. You know what I mean? Like, would I like him to start if he's better? Absolutely. And we will see if that is the fact come preseason, much like we did. Keep highlighting this with, remember Derek Carr back in 2014 when we drafted him. He wasn't supposed to be the guy. He was supposed to sit and learn, much like if we bring in Mendoza. We brought in Matt Schaub. Remember Matt Schaub? At one point or the other, he was one of the better quarterbacks in the league. And then when come preseason, Derek Carr beat the brakes off him. If it's the same case and Mendoza does that during the course of preseason, then of course start him and let him take his licks, let him take his shots. You know, if he makes mistakes, make him year one and then learn and grow from him. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, like, am I gonna, cry about us making the move for Cousins? No, I actually don't mind it. You guys already know my stance with Mendoza, and it hasn't changed throughout the course of the off season, and it's not going to change now. And
but also,
I just hope.
Also, by bringing in Kirk Cousins, I'm staying on the same long because I agree with you, Avakasi. But also bringing in Kirk Cousins gives you the benefit of not having to throw him to the fire. And then when those mistakes start to compound themselves, you have no other. You're not backed into a corner. You still have a savvy veteran that you can bring in
double dipping the cherry, so to say. If it's not right. But if we need to give him more time, much like what you just highlighted with Favre and Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes and Alex Flacco, if he just needs to sit, not because he's not ready, but just to make sure that he learns everything that he can before they thrust him in, rather than, right, we drafted you, pick one, start immediately. Take your shots, learn from them, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not so mad at him. If we don't need him come year two, we can fuck him off. Easy.
Then why pick him number one? Why pick him number one then, AR? If he's not ready. Who does that, AR? You don't have a question. Who fucking does that? Who gets a quarterback number one pick in the draft and don't start him? When does that happen?
Right. Look, all I'm trying to say, Gravy, is an ideal scenario.
Why
is
do
that
the Raiders
we
make
want to get?
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Hear me out. That it seems to me that they want to play the long game, right? Rather than the short term. Short term, yes. If you pick number one, absolutely, you should be good enough to start day one. But they want to do their due diligence, to take their time to make sure that the ideal scenario is that this guy is ready, and then once he's ready, get him in. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm going to answer Gravy's question. I can answer this for you, Gravy.
I'm sorry. It sounds like the EAR. You ain't real happy if we get this guy number one. Though your tone and stuff, you're not with picking this guy number one. I think so.
Are you kidding me? I just bought his jersey. I just bought his jersey. I have his jersey already.
So Gravy.
Well, you're going to squirt that right off the bat. You got everybody's jersey, AR.
Absolutely. But I don't buy. This. Hey, hang on, Gravy. This is the first time I've ever bought a jersey before we've even drafted or brought in a guy in the door. Yes.
All right. So Gravy, hold on a second. I want to answer Gravy's take on who drafts number one, the quarterback, and doesn't play him from day one. There's several examples of where people have done that and have failed that number one draft pick. Bryce Young's a perfect example. And they ended up doing something smart in year two with them. Is when he started to fail, they pulled him so he didn't compound his errors and brought Andy Dalton in, and then let him progress back into that starting role and take from there. And
beat us too.
And in year three, I actually had Bryce Young written off after year two, but towards the end of year two, he started to see a little bit. And in year three, he was he started to kind of start living up to that number one pick. Caleb Williams, his first year, they thrust him in. That poor kid didn't know who was coming or going. And it wasn't until Ben Johnson comes in year two. Once again, it takes a perfect coach matched with that quarterback to get the both out of it. You just can't take chocolate chips.
Making excuses for this kid too. All right, that's cool. That's cool, JD.
Does it make sense though?
Picking a guy number one, no matter what fucking his position is, JD, and not playing him is fucking stupidity at its best to me.
Nope. You're right, Frank.
But do we know that we're not going to play him? We've just said it. If he beats out, if come the end of preseason, he looks better than Cousins and Miles better, which ideally, to your point, and I'll give you this as a first pick selection, you should be able to beat a veteran who he had some good years, but who knows what he's got left in the tank. So it could also be a case of let the cream rise to the top. But at least, like the way I see it, at least with Cousins, at the very least, we have a veteran presence there. I was not comfortable with, yes, I believe in Mendoza, but who else have we got in the room? Aiden O'Connell. We know what we have in Aiden O'Connell. Well, I personally do. A serviceable backup who can win some games in a pinch. Nothing more, nothing less. So
we could have had Jaden Daniels if it wasn't for Aiden O'Connell.
I just want to say a couple of things real quick. Number one, the one thing everybody's kind of overlooking with the whole Kirk Cousins thing is, you know what he's playing for? And I'm not talking about how much he's making this season or how much he's going to make if he's here after day 3. He's playing, in all honesty, he's playing to win that $80 million guaranteed contract. That's the one thing everybody's forgetting. So like Gravy's saying, he's going to fuck around and win 8 games. Meaning the downside to him coming in here is he's going to play well enough to the point where it's going to make it so difficult to walk away from him when the team's having success with him coming in as the starter for 2026. As of right now, he's the number 1 quarterback on this roster, hands down. Okay, whether we draft
is that a problem? Is that a problem?
He's playing for the big money. But you're not seeing the big picture here. He's playing for the big money, which means if he's here after day 5 of the start of the 2027 season next year, he's on the hook for that $80 million payout, which means we're keeping him, because if we cut him after the 5th day, then we're on the hook for that full contract, and he's not going to be here. So by him
Let him
still
go by
playing,
But
go ahead. I want to hear what you got to say about that.
Don't let him go.
I was just gonna say, look, if you just said he's playing for that big contract, right? The only way he is going to get that big contract and we commit to him for more than a season is if we're winning. Are we going to be complaining about us winning? I'm not. I don't care how we win. I don't care who's at quarterback. If we're winning, we're winning.
But again, that actually
we're talking like that's a problem.
But that's making sense with what Gravy's saying by picking number one overall, which is
number one if you're going to start Kirk Cousins.
So you bring Cousins in, and Cousins is supposed to be the stopgap bridge quarterback, whatever the hell you want to call it. If Cousins plays so well that he plays himself into that extended contract, and we're paying him to play in 2027 season, so now Mendoza goes a second year without starting unless Cousins gets hurt in 2027. Okay, so that's 2 years with Mendoza sitting. That number one pick. Now, what if Cousins is still doing well even after the 2027 season? He's still here, but even if we cut him, we're taking a huge chunk out of our cap because we're going to let him go at that point. We're still having to pay him that $80 million guaranteed. So that's what I'm getting at. If he plays so well that they sit there and go, shit, we got to keep him. Look what he almost got us to the playoffs. Or if he gets us to the playoffs, if it happens, which it could, it very well could. It happened in Washington with a rookie quarterback. It happened last year with Chicago with a new head coach. They went to the playoffs. Nobody expected either one of those teams in those respective years to make it as far as they did in the playoffs. I mean, Jesus Christ, the Redskins made it to the championship game. Nobody expected that. Chicago had a great year last year. They went deep in the playoffs and they almost won.
Why can he do that? Why can't he be that guy? Why can't he be like that?
So what's the problem? What is the problem? I'm still not following you. Like, what's the problem? If hypothetically this all happens, we're winning. The only way he's going to stay on our roster is if we're winning games.
Like, so eventually Mendoza will take over a winning franchise.
Yeah, but anybody could have did that, getting mentored. You know, our excuse to say how fucked up it's stupid it is to bench a number one overall pick is, oh, we get a guy to mentor him. That's our excuse, our lame excuse for not really being real confident that he's a good quarterback. If he's not that, if you don't think that he's that good or a dominant guy like the other number one pick should be, then why does he need mentorship? If he's
I'd almost agree with you. I'd almost agree with you if it wasn't the quarterback. If it was an edge rusher or a tackle or a cornerback at the number one pick, then that guy is going to play absolutely, positively 110%. But when it's a quarterback and it's the franchise and you got long, we're not talking 5-year plan. We're talking 10, 15-year plan with the franchise quarterback. There's nothing wrong with sitting him, whether he's number one or number 199.
You want Kirk Cousins had.
If it's going to benefit him to sit.
Kirk Cousins has had more bad years than good years. We all know that, right?
Yes.
We know that, right?
Okay, then we cut him. If he's another veteran quarterback that doesn't work out, much like what Raider Pete said in the chat, if money doesn't motivate Cousins to do better, then okay, then see you later. You can bounce.
Rookie, right?
The most
rookie, right?
What?
Rookie,
right? If he's better, then put him in.
If Kirk Cousins is like last year. If Kirk Cousins is last year, right? Get beat out by a rookie, then what's the difference? Play the rookie. Obviously, he's not better than Cam Ward.
Yeah, okay. Right? I never disagree with you there.
But
I'm just my only thing is this, Gravy. Hang on. My only thing is this. Okay, we're complaining about. We're talking hypotheticals again, right? Which I hate doing. We have to see how things shake out. But hypothetically, say Cousins is the starter. It's much like Pete said. The only thing it seems like the only thing that's going to incentivize Cousins to play better is the money side of it, and that leads to wins. If we're winning, that is the only way this guy is going to be on our roster after this season. Is if Mendoza's not starting and Cousins is playing and winning. And my thing is this: is if we're winning, do you care how we're winning? If we're winning, great. Like fuck. I don't care.
No, I'd be happy.
Give me wins. I don't care how. I don't care why. Exactly.
I was saying that.
So what's the
because
problem?
I'm tired of fucking hearing these excuses of, oh, he needs to get mentored. Get him some help. Everybody on the fucking Raiders needs help with something. When we gonna be dominant and start fucking some shit up? AR, you've been saying that for years, bro. Fuck that shit now, bro.
Right.
This dude is number one.
I just want to win.
Number one.
I just want to win.
Be a disaster. We will be the joke of the NFL if this guy doesn't play right off the bat, because if he's the number one pick in the draft, the number one pick in the draft,
no, we won't.
Better be fucking ready to play, bro.
No.
And I would be pissed off if Kirk Cousins is
won't
his
be.
mentor showing him the ropes.
As a matter of fact, I think he's going to be. I think if Clint Kubiak holds Mendoza back and starts Clint Kubiak, a lot of people are going to say that Clint Kubiak is being patient with Mendoza, not thrusting him, not being shiny new car, let's get him out on the racetrack type of person. Take your time. This allows us to take our time. If and I don't know if you guys can agree. If we go through preseason and Mendoza and Kirk Cousins are playing at the same level, Mendoza goes in.
That's a situation that you Avakazi, me, and Jeff are in that we're so damn used to losing that's the exceptions that we make for ourselves now, bro. I'm done with that, JD. My shit is win. Do something to win, and don't do the stupid shit that you've been doing. And doing the stupid shit is picking a guy number one in the draft and fucking not playing him. Obviously, they think Kirk Cousins is better. Obviously, if they bring him in,
no. I don't think so.
Kirk Cousins is better than AOC because he wouldn't be here if AOC was a good backup. AOC is third string. Kirk Cousins.
They spoke of they wanted a veteran presence. They spoke that when you listen to what the coaches and the staff were talking about, they spoke of that all off season long, that they want to bring in a veteran guy. So they got a veteran guy who's basically on a 1-year deal, unless hypothetically he does play well because he's starting and we're winning. That's the only way this guy is still going to be on our roster. If he doesn't, if Mendoza's the guy and he starts and he plays well, or his progression is going better, then as we expect from a number, I will give you that as a number one pick. There is a bare there's a bare minimum level of expectation. You know what I'm saying? I talk about that too. With your first round draft picks, there's always a bare minimum level of expectation. If you don't reach those bare minimum level of expectations, at least by the end of year 2, at most year 3, then I'm tired of hearing excuses for these guys. Much like a Tyree Wilson, a Cleve Farrell, a Jonathan Abram, Alex Leatherwood, Damon Arnett. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
And I agree with Nate here too about
year 3.
It tends to be a waste of a pick.
I said at most. I didn't say that like that's the ideal, because it's not. I don't want to wait 3 seasons for a guy to show that he's worthy of that pick. No, I don't. I said that's stretching it, right? Because I've said it. How many times have I shared a panel with you, Gravy? And I've said it, and that's not going to change with if we pick Mendoza. You get 3 seasons to really show what. By the end of year 3, if you haven't showed that you've got it, usually they don't. You know what kind of play you've got after 3 seasons, correct? Year 1, you get concessions for development. Year 2. You still get concessions that you
have to hit. We have to hit this, AR. We have to hit this, or we're gonna be the same pissed off way talking this shit again for at least 5 more years, or we don't get.
I know that, Gravy, and that's why I've been fighting for the fact that I believe Mendoza is the right move, because we haven't tried. We need to try something different, right? Because if we don't try something different, we're going to remain the same, right? What's the one thing we haven't done since for the last 23 years? What's the one thing we haven't done in the first round specifically?
Drafting
a quarterback. We have tried every other route. We haven't tried a quarterback. We tried with Derek Carr. We took him in round 2, right?
You want to try AR and then let him get mentored. The number one pick in the draft, let him get mentored, ease him in and all that. But nah, bro, who does that? Cam Ward better than Mendoza? You think Cam Ward is better than Mendoza?
Nope. But I also think last year
starter right off the bat, right?
I also think most of the season last year, Cam Ward did not get anything positive out of it. It wasn't until it wasn't until after they fired their head coach and Mike McCoy had a little bit more say of what was going on with Cam Ward.
He got
better.
We think this way about this coach. We think this way about this coach that he's a genius, quarterback whisperer, all this stuff. Work with your quarterback from the get. He's not stupid. He don't play for Pee-wees. He don't play. He's not in college anymore. Why we gotta? Oh, poor baby. We gotta get you somebody to teach you.
I don't think that's.
That's what the Raider Nation is doing. I'm looking at this chat. Oh, it's good to sit them up down there. Look at Favre. Look at Mahomes. Different situation. Mahomes was hurt. Brent Favre was better than Aaron Rodgers at that time. That's why they didn't play.
Just a friendly
but the point still remains that they did work out in the end.
Just a friendly reminder to everybody in the chat.
But it's not like we have a better quarterback.
Hang on, Gravy. Let Jeff speak.
Hey, just real quick, just a friendly reminder to everybody in the chat. Make sure you do your service and hit that like, hit the subscribe, give the thumbs up. You got myself, 401 Raider Jeff. You got Jason, Raiders First Downs at the end. We're both streaming to our channels. But we've got Coach Gravy with us. And then we've got Afakasi Raider. So make sure you get over to their channels also. Hit that subscribe, hit that thumbs up, hit the notifications.
Man, never argue with it. Me and our been in so many chats together, but we were getting down with it. We the only two agreed on shit.
We got a lot of new people in here that I've never seen in here before tonight. So make sure you guys spread the love. That's how we keep the lights on in this.
Hit those like buttons. And if you're tired of Jeff's channel, go over to my channel, Raiders First Downs. It looks so much better on that side.
Yes. Well, I don't know. That's debatable.
No, there's no debate.
Number one pick in the draft, and we're talking about development, get ready, and all this. I don't know, man. I miss getting rowdy like this. I miss it because we. You know what I'm thinking here. And I know all you guys love Derek Carr, bro. I know everybody here love Derek Carr, but it's known that I don't. I lost my love.
Real quick, can we take a time out for a second? I want to hit this point, especially with AR in the chat, because I know how much this is going to infuriate him in a way. So we don't want to waste the first round pick, is what Gravy and I is saying, right? So this post right here, this chat post, Tyree will be a beast this season. Number one first round pick, number 7 overall. And this is the situation we're in with him, where we're still waiting for him to show up. And that's the whole point that Gravy and I are kind of getting at, is we're going to take a kid that's not going to start this year, because with Cousins here, that tells me that he's definitely not starting unless he blows it up in the preseason, which I don't see. And don't forget, with the rule changes, meaning like the practices and everything, when I dug deep into this, these teams cannot practice like they used to be able to because of the players union, the collective bargaining agreement. They can only have 14 full contact drills during the preseason and only 14 during the regular season. Out of an 18-week season, you can only have full physical contact 14 days. Okay?
You know what?
And they cannot
Sorry, I just read Odyssey's comment.
They cannot be consecutive days either. So you tell me how that's beneficial. He's still never going to feel a full pass rush until he gets into a game time decision, because they only can play to the thud. They can't tackle. They can't be physical like they can in a game.
Quarterbacks don't get hit in practice anyway. So what point are you trying to prove?
Don't, but they don't get to experience that full rush until they start a game. He's not going to know what it's like to get hit in an NFL game. It's different. Trust me.
You want to wait? You want your quarterback to wait for that? Just wait.
Well, hang on a second. You're talking about like he's not going to know what it's. Okay, I get that, but remember the championship game. A lot of those guys were hitting him. Some of those guys are going to be first rounders.
First rounders.
Like a lot of those guys are going to be drafted. That Miami defense is tenacious, ferocious. And
he's taking NFL
hit, and how many times did he get back up?
He's already taken NFL hits.
He
He's
knows
already
what's up.
taken NFL.
And what's wrong? What's wrong with that? He knows what's up. What Cousins is gonna teach him that?
No, Cousins. I'll be quite honest with you. I don't think
He
Cousins
doesn't- he
going to teach
doesn't
him
have to.
anything.
He gonna take some shit. So let's go. Throw his ass in
I
there.
would.
Let's see what he
I
got.
wouldn't be surprised if Mendoza goes, "You stuck for $10 million."
Let the cream rise to the crop. Let the cream rise to the crop.
Iron sharpens iron.
That's a great instinct. Great instinctive question. The players in the players union contracted the collective bargain. The players wanted that. The players want we can't do 2 a days. The players agreed to that, and the owners was saying, nah. Owners and coaches said, nah, we want 2 a days. We want to do, off-season workouts. We want it to be the same way, the big grind. Players was gonna strike the last collective bargaining agreement. That's their decision. And then they get hurt because they don't get calloused and they don't get their hamstrings and ligaments. And you can't really work that out. But low tissue injuries, soft tissue injuries happen all the time in the NFL. Most missed games ever in the last couple of years because that changed. And that's a great impact right there.
Raider Nation's got a very good comment right here, and Jeff, if you want to take that,
it's the same thing I've been saying all along. Let Kirk Cousins go out there. Let him take the hits. I said this earlier tonight too already. Let him be the test dummy. Let him go out there and get smacked around until this offensive line can properly. Why would you put the kid out there right away anyway? So let Cousins, who's getting paid less than Mendoza is, if that's the case, because he will be paid a hell of a lot less than Mendoza's making. We're going to be on the hook for about $9 million this year for Mendoza is what it's going to come down to. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's about what the average is for the number 1 overall pick. All right. So there's that, but let Cousins take the beat and let him go out there as the veteran. Let him get beat up, if that's the case. But don't get pissed if he's winning games consistently and Mendoza never touches the field because Kirk Cousins is cooking. You go with the hot hand regardless of how good the kid is.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hey, Avocasi, let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this, Avocasi. Are you familiar with Greyhound racing?
I've watched it here and there, but I know what it is.
Yeah, where they got the little rabbit on a little stick that goes around the track and the dogs chase it.
And they got the muzzle. Yeah.
Yeah, that's something Derek Carr never had to do. He never had to chase the rabbit. Bringing in Kirk Cousins, Mendoza now has to chase that rabbit. He's not anointed.
Yeah, and I've said that before too.
Let the cream rise to the top. Let the cream rise to the top.
You don't see Kirk Cousins play last year, bro?
There were some good games.
Me.
Good. Oh my God! Just like the 15. I hear you guys saying 15 plays that Grant played. What? Put him to guard. Never played guard in his life. I heard you say that, JD. Put him at guard. Put Grant at guard.
I never said put Grant at guard.
Oh, someone else then that looked like you. Put Grant at guard. Never played guard before in his life. Great guy. 15 plays playing an extra tackle. Good job, guys. Way to go, Raiders. That's why you lose fucking games. What protection are we going to get on an extra tackle and a guy moving him to guard? I hear everybody saying, well, he's going to be guard. He's going to be
Grant Jackson taking straights for something he didn't even say.
Grant has not had enough repetition. Grant has not had enough burn, enough run to solidify that he's going to be it. But
your fellow Raider Ken are saying he's going to start at right tackle for us. Though. Everyone.
But it wasn't Jackson who said it though. So I think you owe him an apology.
Maybe it was Jeff.
I have said there's a possibility that Grant can come back year 2 and to be developed to a certain point. He can compete against DJ Glaze. That I have said
at right tackle,
and you have to expect that out of a professional athlete that they take their first year, put it in their back pocket, and run with it. And make the second year that much better. And he was Grant was handcuffed with the stupidity at coaching anyway. So it doesn't matter.
Oh my God.
It's almost like he's going to have to start from square one this year with his coaching and development compared to what happened last year. So I'm not putting any stock in Grant. I think the kid's got the attributes. He's got the size, the strength, and the ability to play the position. but he was drafted out of William and Mary in the 3rd round for a reason. He was a developmental player.
What attributes did you see from him? 15 plays.
No, I'm not going off of his 15 plays. I'm going off of his scouting report and when he played in the Senior Bowl. He has good feet. He's got good moxie. He's got.
What's up,
he just needs to develop more. 15 plays is not enough. Is not enough.
I don't even talk about the dude. 15 plays. I don't talk about it. As an extra tackle, as beefed up.
Queen, I don't know.
Tackles on one side.
Right? You bring in 2 more tackles.
Come back on Friday nights when I do an NFL show.
He was like a wide 9 guy.
Next week.
He was playing wide 9 guy.
I will say this, Gravy. Like at least, Gravy. At least, like when we're talking about now we're talking about the offensive line, right? We have taken steps to improve that. We secured the most coveted offensive lineman in free agency in Linderbaum, right? We still are I believe the young pieces, because we've drafted 4 offensive linemen in the previous 2 drafts in the top 3 rounds. Okay, and a lot of those guys, I especially with JPJ and DJ Glaze, right? Yeah, I said 4. They had no business or reason there was a reason I believe that they took such a huge regression last season. It just screamed to me bad coaching after what they showed in their rookie seasons. Like, you'd expect them to improve on that, even just a little bit, but for them to just completely drop off a cliff. But not just them, it was everybody. Our offensive line was the worst offensive line, one of them in the league. And on paper, I personally don't see our offensive line being as bad as what they were. And I believe with the right coaching, with the pieces that we already have, it should be better. Be better.
One of the best offensive line coaches we have now. So there's the coaching is going to be in place. So now it's just a matter of put it together
and just put a guy in there. That's what we do. That's what we do. And we say, Charles Rand's going to be a great guard at right guard. Never played guard in his life.
I don't know who said that. I never. No, we went and got Spencer Burford.
Apologize to Jason for accusing him of that.
Spencer Burford or Caleb Rogers and JPJ. There's 3 guys right there that they got some good NFL experience. Okay, Caleb Rogers did get some decent reps last year and played good. His Houston Texans game, he played really well against the Houston Texans.
That was a bad game. That's the only game I seen where he did what he's supposed to.
But there's something there to work with him, right?
Right. At least there's something to work with. At least he showed something.
Brendan Carroll was not going to get the best out of him. He got the best out of himself because, if I'm not mistaken,
I agree, Dennis.
That's the week they went to Spy Tech and watched game film. Is when they played the Houston Texans, because that offensive line played it completely different that week, and then it was the next week. It was right back to the same old shit.
Ben having
So Dennis, does Raiders roll with Cousins this year? Trade out of the first pick this year and take a QB next year. Ooh, hey, I won't like that one.
Kirk Cousins is going to fuck around with his 8 games. We ain't getting a quarterback.
I've already highlighted why, and if I haven't said it with Gravy on the panel, but I'll say it again. I don't like to say the same things over and over and over again, but I'll say it one time. All right, like I've stood on this throughout the course of the off season about why taking Mendoza is the right time, it's the right pick, right? Because this is something what we haven't tried since Jamarcus Russell in 2007 is taking a quarterback in the first round. Yes, we had Derek Carr for a lot of those seasons that provided some stability, but the season where we didn't have Derek Carr, where we've been quarterback needy, every time come the draft, we just haven't been in range to take somebody who's worth a damn. 2024, we needed a quarterback. How many quarterbacks were taken in the first round, and we missed out on all of them? Yes, we got Brock Bowers in the end, and I'm happy with that. But it's to my point. Like, I'm not waiting another season to take somebody who, may possibly be there. You know what I'm saying? When there's somebody there worthy to take, we need to take that shot. The time is right. The time is now. I am not waiting any longer. We've waited too long to stabilize the quarterback position, and we're never gonna stabilize it unless we try. So I'm not
And
waiting
name a-
another season. I'm
Name,
done.
name a
I'm
quarterback in next year's draft. Name a quarterback in next year's draft that's better than Mendoza.
All of them.
We don't even know who's coming out, so you can't even really say anything.
Well, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them.
Manning,
None of them. Manning is not better than
Manning-
Mendoza.
I want nothing to do with
Manning.
No, he's not.
Manning, the dude from Oregon, the dude that
Dante Moore is
the
not
guy
better
that
than
went to
Mendoza.
Oregon, the other guy that
We already
went to
seen it.
Oregon, Chamberlain.
Chambliss.
What's that?
Chambliss?
Chamberlain, yeah.
Okay. I'd probably
Whoever
say he's
else-
close to Mendoza. What about Lenore Sellers?
North Sellers is better.
I
But we
would say
say,
that
we
Norris-
say this year in, year out. Well, let's wait till next year, because this
I'm not
guy's
saying
coming
that.
out, this guy's coming, and we're never in range. I'm not saying you, Gravy. I'm saying like a lot of people say, let's wait till next year. But how many times have we been through this song and dance where we
Can't keep
wait till
doing
next year? There's nobody there that's worthy of the pick. We're finally at a point where we're quarterback needy. There's somebody worthy to take. I am not waiting another season to try, just try to address the most important position in football. You know what I'm saying? Like, just try. If it doesn't work out, yes, I will be upset with it. I'll be disappointed. But at least we tried something different. And the way I see it is this: is that and this is what frustrates me. It's like, okay, we spent so much time talking about how it can go wrong. Well, what about thinking? What if it goes right? What if he does turn out to be the guy? What if he is our franchise quarterback for the next 5, 6, 7, 10 years?
We're saying,
Isn't that the dream? Isn't that something we've dreamed of? I've never seen that.
That's my problem.
In my time as a fan, I've never seen us have a true franchise guy. The closest we had was Derek Carr.
And you want to sit him though? You don't want to see that right now?
I'm not saying I want to sit him. I'm saying that if
right now,
that's the move, and that's I'm not
want him to
saying
chase
that.
the rabbit.
I'm not saying that I want to see that.
I want him to chase the rabbit.
Point. I want him to chase the rabbit. Let the cream rise to the top, and if we're winning games, then okay, whatever. I don't care. Just what's our motto? Just win, baby, right?
Not no more, bro.
I don't care how. I don't care why. I just want to win. I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of losing. I'm tired of mediocrity. We all are, right?
And I am in the same boat that if we don't take him, at least take him and try. If he fails, God damn it, at least we fucking tried.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
At least we
Hold on
tried.
for a second. I got a super chat here from Dixon Society. He says, with $1.99 super chat, waiting for the 2042 draft for a QB. Trust me, bro. And someone else said, hold on. It wasn't a super chat, but they made this comment. Hang on. Oh, shit. Where is it? There it is. Tom Brady's son's coming out in the 2042 draft, so we'll take him.
Yeah, I'm say
Nixon, thanks for
Does
the
he have
super
sons?
chat,
I
brother.
thought he had daughters. Does he have sons?
He's got sons. Remember, he kissed him on the lips.
You got a son from a maid or something like that.
Oh,
don't
okay,
you?
right. I thought he had daughters. My bad. Anyways.
He got a kid from his nanny or the nanny or something like that.
And you know what?
I thought that was Tiger Woods.
And Afakasi's fire and the way he just
both of
handled
them.
that, the way that Afakasi just said all that, that's what I respect about Afakasi. He's such a passionate guy that he is just so tired of waiting, and I get that, and I understand that, and I agree 100%. You know, you haven't seen a lot of success with this team. I've lived through the success in the past. Gravy's lived through it. Jason's lived through it. These newer fans haven't experienced it, and I get why the frustration is there. And you know, with what we've done in the last 20 years has just been just miserable. You know, how this team has been mismanaged for so long. And the way this feels right now, since Kubiak's been here and Spytek's really had pretty much once Pete Carroll was gone, how well everything's been going as far as the organization running what seems to be in the right frame of mind going forward. You know, it's finally time where it seems like everything's going our way. We've had a great free agency so far. We brought in the top dog that we wanted to get, the top guy that was out there in Linderbaum. You know,
Great
that
linebackers.
solidifies the center. There's no questions with who's playing center now. You know, there's no one fucking with anybody's head. You know, now we get JPJ fixed and get his head on straight, get him solidified in his position. And the same thing, Miller's going to be the left tackle for now until he gets hurt, because it's probably inevitable. Then we just build out the other two positions on the line, and the line is already going to look better. We've got an offensive line coach that's going to come in here and set the record straight. And I've said it before, and Gravy said it tonight. He's an old school style coach. He's the guy that's going to get in their faces, and he's not going to baby these guys, and he's going to grab them by the face mask when they screw up and let them know, because that's just the way this guy is. I don't think he's going to be here long term as the offensive line coordinator, but I think he's going to be here long enough to get that shit straight, because he's older in the years. He's not going to want to do this on a full-time basis. They already said he's going to be kind of a short-term fix. So you might get 2 years out of him here. I'm fine with that. Get this O-line straight, then hand it off to whoever. They're going to have that same mentality. But this is what you need to get this started. We've got the guys in here now, coaches, to get this started in the right manner. And I'm comfortable with what we're seeing so far. Now let's see what happens in the draft. And again, this all is for naught until preseason starts and practices, and they stop physically getting out there and playing in real games. And then we see the true blueprint develop in front of us. The foundation's already been set. We're working on the foundation, and now we just move on. It's time to stop framing the house as we further on into the season and see what we got for the future. If it's Mendoza, it's Mendoza. If it's Kirk Cousins for the entire season, it's Kirk Cousins. I'm in for the ride no matter what. I'm sure all three of you are also in for the ride no matter what the situation is.
Ain't going to affect these four walls in here.
We can't control the draft. We can't control what pick what we're gonna take with that number one pick. We can't control if they trade out of it, because if that becomes a reality, Raider Nations are going to be split again. We're already somewhat split now on what to do with that number one. So with that being said, I'll let you guys go back to saying what you were saying. I just had to interject. I'm enjoying you guys going at it.
You made everything all cool now. You made everything all calm now. Me and Avocazi over here yelling and shit. You all calm down everything.
No, look, we're not yelling. I'm not yelling at you. It's more just getting our point across passionately. I'm not yelling at you, Gravy.
I'm hearing
it's out of spite. It's more so just I'm passionate about how I
feel. Hold on.
Jason's gonna fuck it up.
Avocazi.
Go on, Jason.
If that's a kiss and makeup, that sucked. You need to do a little better than that.
I ain't doing shit.
You need to do way better than that. That was horrible. Gravy?
I ain't doing shit. I ain't doing it.
No offense. I like your takes, but I also like mine. And no, I never said Charles Grant was going to play guard. I don't know where that came from.
I never even said that.
Forget about it.
I do remember mentioning maybe kicking Glaze into guard because
I have said that, and
that's even worse.
About I've said putting Grant at right tackle is what I have said.
No, well, my take on it was, coming into this.
I'm not being racist, but it was a big white dude, so I don't know who it was. I think it was you guys, but it was a white dude.
I'm not white.
So if it was a big white guy, it leaves you two choices. It had to be Jason.
Him or me? One of us. Was it?
I don't see how it's tripping on me because your chat is, oh, we want to win, and Mendoza's this and that, but you want to get the guy mentored and sit there. It doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? You hear I hope you guys understand what I'm saying.
Well, see, we discussed this the other day about the whole quote unquote, what's a mentor? Right? Mentor is actually somebody that's going to sit down with you while you're doing your homework and help you basically tutor you, right? Cousins is not coming in here to be a tutor or a mentor. But if he can offer some advice on the sideline, maybe, or maybe in the film room, hey, this is what I saw. What do you think? A back and forth dialogue to kind of, help the kid out. He's not gonna hurt him. I don't think Cousins is gonna do like Brett Favre did with Rodgers and flip him off and get out of here. Don't call me or whatever. Leave me alone. Type thing. I don't think he's going to be that kind of person. He's going to be a good teammate. But as far as mentoring, that's really, in all honesty, in the NFL, the teams only provide 20% of the development. The other 80% is.
Why do you want to sit that guy? Why do you want him to sit there, JD? You said all that.
Why do I want him to sit?
Why do you want him to sit and get mentored and learn the ropes like he's a little kid, like he's playing for the Pee Wee Bandit or something like that?
If he's not ready, if he's not ready,
why we pick him number one overall if he's not ready?
They just
you ever answer that?
All right, I got
Gravy.
Oh, hold on, I got a
we got a super chat
from GFam, a $5 super chat. And this is the only way he gets me to say this because he does it as a super chat. Because when he does it as a normal chat, I will not say it. So there's something in the air something in the air that night. The stars were bright. Fernando, that stupid ass song.
Yeah.
Raiders.
Yeah.
I'll give you this
like
one.
Raiders.
That song's stupid.
Thank you,
like that,
GFam, with the $5.
It's embarrassment if they play. I hope I don't go to a game and they play that shit because
they better not
singing that shit. You're singing that shit and you want them to sit down. What the fuck? Come on.
Well, to be quite honest with you,
I don't know how Raider Nation could say pick the guy number one, but fucking sit him. Let him get mentored. Yeah, let's go. Let's win games.
Could be a benefit.
Who does that? Now it's made benefit because it's the Raiders. Not benefit because it's the Raiders.
No, because I think a lot of coaches would love to be in a dream situation like that with the veteran quarterback, pick the number one overall prospect. He comes in. There's no pressure for him to immediately go out there. Now he could do it on his own terms. Chase the rabbit is what he needs to do.
JD, I don't
chase the rabbit.
I know you played football, bro, and I don't know if you ever won, but saying shit like that, bro, is weird to me because
I had to play.
We're saying that we've never done this before. We've never picked a quarterback number one before, and we're so motivated for this guy. Why wait?
Love you.
Well, he's gonna learn in there. Why wait?
I wait
a year and let him get mentored, and then he fucks up.
I'm understanding where you're coming from because it is the number one pick, and
that means a lot, bro. I don't think we've never been in a situation like that.
It's heavy. It's heavy. It's heavy. It's real heavy when you have that number one pick. That it's like because you earned it. You earned the number one pick, and when you have that number one pick, that what you earn should immediately be an impact day one the following year.
Yes.
But we're in a position now where we don't have to push it. We don't have to rush it because you have seen a lot of really good quarterbacks come into the NFL that got thrusted into that position, and they just didn't take.
Had a number one pick?
Yeah. Who? Carson Palmer.
One instance. Tell me another one.
Let's see. Sam Bradford. Let's say, I gave you Bryce Young was an example. That was a pretty good one, I think.
Bryce Young had a good season last year. He was one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
But he didn't his first 2 years.
He took his team to the playoffs. Was he mentored by anybody? Was Caleb Williams mentored by anybody? Was our guy that we wanted, Daniels, mentored by anybody? They started, right? What's our problem?
Did they have good coaches?
Did
they have good coaches?
Why does our guy need a tutor? He has a good coach. He has a great coach. He has a coach that's an offensive genius, quarterback guru. He has a quarterback coach that's a quarterback guru. He has a Mendoza. That's what he's gonna have. So what's the problem here, JD?
There's not a problem.
So we got the best coaches that we can get, and we're so good about this offensive line coach. We're so good about Kubiak. We're so good about Janoko. We're so good about Dennison, Kenneth, whatever his name is, and then the running game coordinator. He has 6 guys to teach him the ropes of football. What the fuck is Cousins gonna do for him?
And those that
added info.
And those that didn't have that, Kyler Murray, Tua Tagovailoa, Sam Darnold with the Jets.
That's a good question.
Kyler Murray's better than Mendoza.
Kyler Murray's better than Mendoza. Alive.
What's that?
Caleb Williams. What happened to him his rookie season? Dixon Sider asked. He got eaten alive. That offensive line was not good.
Hold on. Then they brought in Ben Johnson his second year.
Yeah, but we're not talking about his second year. We're talking about his rookie year.
I know. Had they not brought in Ben Johnson, he'd still be running for his life and he'd still be throwing interceptions.
Yeah. And look at last year. He had a great year last year.
So the moral of the story is
fix your O-line.
Put homeboy on this.
I like that comment by Dre. traders at the bottom.
Yeah. I want to respond to that. I want to respond to
The
that.
only reason I would sit Mendoza a few games till the O-line gels together, and that's each person to each position. Lincoln Kennedy said takes about 8 games, assuming everybody's at the same spot. And that's
Agreed.
one thing that we did not have last year because nobody was at the same spot
Agreed.
consistently. And I agree with that statement 100%. Go ahead, I'll let you guys have at it.
He's lying. Lincoln Kennedy would not say that. Lincoln Kennedy would say you need to be get from the last game of the fucking preseason. Your offensive line needs to be set. You don't wait to get your offensive line ready. That's our problem. That's our problem as Raider fans, dude.
I believe he did say. Hold on. Lincoln Kennedy did say that.
Teams that are get wins and are good are ready to go. Game fucking one. Game one. You're ready to go. Your line's set. Our problem is that we don't do that.
Yeah, but when you're picking number one and you're taking a quarterback, you're going to suck again anyway, so it don't matter.
You don't have to.
You
don't have to. Just say it. Then that's a good reason
I just
to
get in
say Mendoza. We're going to suck. Just say we're going to suck.
Okay.
Don't say, oh, this is put together.
Can I just get in there?
This is that. He needs to sit.
Good, AR.
Gravy. Again, we're going back to I'm giving an example of Derek Carr, and I've given this example for you as well, Jeff. The year we drafted Derek Carr, we didn't have the car insurance year one. Yes, we had Donald Penn, but we had other pieces on that offensive line. It wasn't until year 2 where we heavily invested in that offensive line. Gabe Jackson was able to develop and turn out to be better than we expected. So
we got Rodney Hudson.
It took to year 2. Yeah, Rodney Hudson. I believe he was signed 2015. I could be wrong. Go ahead, Jeff. You
he was there. He was there.
So my pushback on that, 2 things. One, Derek Carr wasn't the number 1 overall pick. He was a 2nd round pick. Okay. So that's my big difference. He wasn't brought in to be the permanent replacement because that's not what they were thinking at that time because they had Schwab. All right. So this is a different situation right now with this year. You have the number 1 overall pick, and it happens to be a quarterback that we're looking for or we're looking at. So he's coming in with so much more at stake. Like the expectations for Mendoza are way higher than Derek Carr. Derek Carr was not expected to come in and take over the starting job. Nobody expected that. Not even the coaches, to be honest with you, until he started showing up in the preseason and just lit it up, and there was no turning back at that point. He won that job. Okay. So yeah, there was not the offensive line that he had in that first year. But again, he also wasn't the guy they expected to be starting when they drafted him. But again, when you're the number
I still stand by.
But when you're the number 1 overall pick and it's a quarterback, your expectations are that you're going to come in and you're going to be that guy. Because why else are we taking you at number 1 overall? It's because we believe you're that guy. And if you're not starting week 1, then you're not that guy. And why did we make that pick at number 1 when we could pick? We could move out of that pick, grab, in this case, because we got Kirk Cousins now, grab a top wide receiver in the 1st round at some point. Because now if we move back, say with the Jets, we get 2 first-round picks out of that.
You're saying that because you're not sold on Mendoza.
I'm saying that because with Kirk Cousins here, Mendoza's not starting day 1. I unless he blows it up in the preseason, Mendoza is not going to be starting week 1. We already know this. As of right now, Kirk Cousins is the number 1 quarterback on this roster. You cannot argue that point because no one else is in the building other than him and ALC 12. Those are the only 2 quarterbacks on this roster as we speak right now. So as of right now, until the draft happens, the only quarterbacks are those 2. Do you guys agree with that, or do we have a mystery quarterback that I don't know about? So that's it. Those are the 2 guys we have. So we have to stop planning right now that's the game plan, is that Cousins is the number 1 guy. So right now, Cousins has the playbook. He has to treat it as, I'm the starting quarterback, and these are the guys I got to work with. So Mendoza comes in as the number 1 overall pick. Now, automatically, Mendoza's up here because he's the number 1 overall pick. His expectations are that he's going to beat him out in preseason and claim the starting job week 1. Well, if he doesn't, and it's still Kirk Cousins, then now where's the value in that number 1 pick? When we could have gone a different route and had 2 first-rounders on 5-year contracts, no less, too. Remember that. That 5th-year option is huge. 2 first-round players, one being a defensive player and one possibly being a wide receiver. And at that point, you have your pick at wide receiver. Because if you switch with the Jets, you move from number 1 to 2, and then you get to 16. All right. So with that number 1, you could take a guy like Caleb Downs. You know why? Because you're not picking him number 1 where everybody's like, oh, that's too high of a pick. Well, if you pick him at number 2, that's different. And then with that 16th pick, grab the best wide receiver. That gives you a legit weapon, a bona fide wide receiver that's going to come in as the number 1 that Kirk Cousins can throw to. That changes your offense right there. And now you just added to your defense. So you got 2 picks, 2 starters for the price of 1. Right now, we only have 1. That's the whole point I'm trying to get across to everybody when I say trade back. If you can get a trade partner, and especially if it's the Jets, you get that trade partner, you can do so much more damage where you really solidify and build a stronger foundation for the future of this team. Because now you lock down that safety position or whatever defensive player you want to get. I don't give a shit what it is. Whatever you think's the best fit. So you're not stuck right now. And I said this last night, and Jason disagreed. We're pigeonholed. We're pigeonholed with that number 1 pick that we're taking Mendoza, and that's the only pick. There's no other pick. There's no other players in this draft other than Mendoza at that point, and that's what we have to go with. When if we make some other moves, we can open up our eyes, and we're in the supermarket, and now we're like, oh, well, we could do that, we could do that, we could do that, we could do that, or we could just go with this and just call it a day. Make the number 1 pick, and then all the Raiders coaches can go home for the night because we ain't doing anything else in the first round. That's
Jeff,
all I'm trying
if
to
I
say.
can, if I can just finish, if I finish the point I was trying to make before.
Go ahead.
Okay, what I was trying to say before when I was highlighting what happened in the past with Derek Carr. Yes, I will agree with you on that. There isn't that bare minimum. There wasn't that bare minimum level of expectation with Derek Carr. But I'm just making a point that like the pieces that he had that in his most successful year, and I'm talking about the offensive line, and you could even talk about the wide receiver room because we didn't address that until year 2 as well with drafting Amari Cooper and bringing in Michael Crabtree as a free agent. All I'm trying to say is that these things can come in time, you know what I'm saying? But we may not get another chance to take somebody who's worthy to be the guy where we're drafting in the first round. Like we have to take that chance. You know what I'm saying? We have to. I can't. We can't wait anymore. It's just I've waited long enough.
I'm with that. AR. It's just why sit them? Why sit them? That's all the problem.
But we're saying we're right. We're saying that it's a for certainty that he's going to sit. We don't know what's going to happen. Like we said, we're talking about hypothetical. If he balls out in preseason and he's better than Cousins, then all right, give him the reins right from the rip. If he's not and he needs a little bit of time to develop, okay. You know what I mean? Like I will say there is definitely that bare minimum level of expectation. Yes, I will agree with you, both of you guys on that one. You know what I mean? Like I will give you concessions year 1, but after that you need there's got to be a time, hopefully sooner or later, that he has to prove to be everything that I hope that he's going to be, everything I believe that he's going to be in time, but you're never going to know unless you try.
Yep. I'm just laughing because I'm reading Bueno's comment. He says the Jets aren't trading back. They need a wide receiver that Geno can throw off-target balls to and get picked off to that's a rookie head coach complaint.
Garrett Wilson over there. You're gonna make
Yeah.
I can't believe
and that's what that I like Lemon. I know a lot of people are not sold on him because of
I like him too.
Because of his mannerisms and everything. And once Nate and Leo set me straight and Jason, that's just how these kids talk now. That's just the way they are. That's his attitude. There's nothing wrong with the kid.
Nothing wrong with Lemon. You got to worry about that.
No, he's a great
Ain't nothing wrong with
player.
Lemon.
No.
Like tear it up when we get this dude. We had his ass when we got rid of Max.
Yeah,
We had his ass right there.
That's what hurt, was losing that 14th pick. You know, it just would have been a beautiful thing because we really could have stacked it. And I already said that too. If that trade still would have gone through and we had that 14th pick, then take Mendoza at number 1. I have no problem with it. Let's go get him. Go get him. If you want to get the wide receiver at number 14, go for it. Because now you just solidified 2 rookies at the number in the first round, and now you spend it, you build up the defense in the second round, get your defensive tackle, so you get your nose tackle, and then grab another offensive lineman. And then now we're cooking, and then fill it out with the rest of your secondary as best you can with what's in the 3rd and 4th round. That's how I would have done this. I would have gotten the quarterback and the wide receiver.
You know what I feel, guys? You know the way I'm feeling right now, and I don't know if it's just me or you get the whiff of this, is that I feel this Mendoza shit is Derek Carrish. Derek Carrish. Like, this dude ain't gonna be able to do no wrong in a little while because people are already falling in love with this dude. And you know, and I don't know 805 and Jeff is getting a lot of shit, but I'm the same way with them. But the only thing is, is that I know we're gonna pick him. I know he's gonna get picked. I'll be very surprised if we don't. But
why do you think that's it? That is
because the way you know, Derek Carr never won anything, and then I fell off Derek Carr.
But this,
I was the love, and then can't do no wrong that Max Crosby has as an average defensive end. People are still saying the dude is a top 3 defensive end. He's not. He's not. And
he's barely top 5.
Derek Carr for 1 year. For 1 year, Derek Carr was something. And then it took. I held my tongue with that dude for so long, and the love for Derek Carr is still there. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. He lives in my town. He's a good dude. But we admired. I just see the same thing is going to happen with though. It's already happening now.
So you think Raider Nation is more in love with the Clark Kent and not the Superman?
Exactly.
I think it's
he hasn't done anything. Just the excuses. Derek Carr was never pushed. If tell you the truth, if what's his name, we paid him, Gruden brought him in. He went to Oregon.
Mariota.
Mariota could have beat Derek Carr out. Everybody said it. One of my good buddies was that Mariota could have beat out Derek Carr. He just couldn't. He couldn't. They let it happen. We're so in love with them. Raider fans would have went ape shit. I just see that happening right now. The dude's already loved by the Raiders. He don't even play for us.
I've said this many times. Fans become married to players. They go, God, no, he can't go nowhere. Whoa, no. So again, when the Max thing came down, a lot of people that were on Max's side and that trade came through, I didn't see a lot of people saying, oh, no, he can't go. But I noticed, prior to that, everybody's like, oh, Max ain't going nowhere. They're not going to trade him. Well, guess what? It happened, and then it didn't happen.
You trade anybody for the right price.
Chewy, what up, Chewy? My Fresno partner.
So, Chewy, he says, I think Mendoza is much better
Mendoza,
QB than Derek Carr.
I agree.
Mendoza is better than Derek Carr. I'll give you that.
Okay.
But not in college. That game, that college team was better than Fresno State, but coming out of college, Mendoza is better than Derek Carr.
Derek Carr has had the benefit of having Devontae Adams in college.
I know it's disappointing.
Adams made Derek Carr.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead, AR.
Right. And to that point, you mentioned Devontae Adams, right? Yes, it sucks to lose having that flexibility with having another first-round selection, right? And not making a trade and having more first-round selections. Well, then that brings us back then, we need to do better with the rest of the draft. We have, how many draft picks do we have after round 1? We still have, is it
10?
Is it 11 overall? So another 10?
10.
So we have another 10 in the first round, right? So that's where we need to look, that we need to do better. Like I heard you talking about Genty before. You know what I'm saying? We got it, and I'm going to stand on this. We got it right with Genty. It's what we did after that so far, because it's still just year 1. We need to see how these guys work out. But we can find guys after round 1. It's not, you're not just limited to finding guys round 1. If we don't have another first round, we're not going to find anybody. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they're first rounders for a reason because their body of work is better in college. But you just brought up a name, Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams was drafted round 2. You know what I'm saying? So, look, I'm not just looking about what we do with round 1. It's pretty much set in stone until proven otherwise. So we're taking Mendoza, but we need to find other guys. Come round 2, round 3, round 4. None of these spot guys, none of these rotational guys, none of these. We're still waiting come year 3 for these guys to even be halfway decent. You know what I'm saying? We need to find at least, 2 or 3 other guys. That's less than batting .500. That can prove to be good guys, maybe great players in time. You know what I'm saying? Like, not just as I highlighted before, where we're finding one guy and then that's it. Like, where are these other guys at? Come year 3, year 4, a lot of them not even on our roster. You know what I'm saying? Look at these previous drafts classes, like freaking 2023, 2022. What? How many guys we have on our roster still after 5 seasons? Maybe 1 or 2, and we had 15 picks in those years.
A lot of those guys don't stick.
Respect for Aston Genty.
Just
in your
real
chat.
quick, I just want to hit some of the chat up before we get too deep into
Crazy.
conversation again. I would
Talk
just
about it. The
I
disrespect
just
for
want to hit the
Genty
chat
in
up.
your chat is crazy.
Hold on. So, Raider Nation says some of the opinions in this panel are sounding a bit emotional. Stop bringing up Carr. This has nothing to do with Carr. No, but what he's trying to convey is how fans get so enamored with a player, and how there was so much love for Carr, and then there was also so much hate for him too. There was both sides of this. That's why I'm bringing it up, because it's the same thing you're already seeing right now with Mendoza, and he's not even on the team yet. That some people are just so in love with him already, and he's not even a Raider yet. Okay,
he's one of those.
I want to hit a few of them first, Gravy, before you keep going here.
Yeah.
So Coach says having the most tackles for loss. I mean, not Coach, GFAM, not having the most tackles for loss since 2019 doesn't make you an elite DN. No, that's been in it. Yeah, but that's all. It doesn't come even close to leading in
Max
sack.
Lover.
He's getting
Yes,
great
he
in
has
sack
tackles for loss. I get that. He has QB pressures. That's great. Turn those pressures into sacks. That's the argument I have always had for Max. His best
tackle
season
should be doing that.
A lot of his
second year in the league. Good,
a lot of his quarterback pressures are whiffs on quarterback sacks too.
And that's just it too. So that there's more to it. Like, first of all, and I've already said this before in another show in the past when somebody asked, prove that he's not a top 5, and I named 5 guys better than him at his defensive end. And when you look at the stats, it all backs up. Myles Garrett is number 1 hands down. There ain't nobody better than him right now as a defensive end. Absolutely not. He's a totally different player than Max.
Will Anderson's number 2.
Garrett is just pure power and just a
You can name 20. Like, I can name 15 that are better than him.
But
that's a stretch.
I picked 5 ahead of him, so he's not even in the top 5.
The 2 guys from the Rams, the guy from Jacksonville, several guys on Philly,
Houston.
And I'm not even naming those guys. I'm naming guys like TJ Watt, Bosa from San Fran. He's ahead of him. Khalil Mack is still ahead of him, without a doubt, even at his age.
You already named 10. You got 10 guys already.
Khalil Mack is better than him now. Well, I don't know about that.
I'm
a Khalil Mack purist. I'm a Khalil. I will take Khalil Mack's best days over Max Crosby's, but I wouldn't say he's better than him now at this point in time.
Does Khalil Mack ever average 10 sacks a season? If he wasn't hurt, Max Crosby averages 10 sacks. He averages 10 sacks
you said Khalil Mack.
10 sacks a year. Khalil Mack averages more than 10 sacks over the years. He's been here longer, so his stats are going to be better.
Yeah.
But averages, I'm pretty sure if Max averages the years of Khalil Mack, he's not better.
Hey, Skipper, we're going on 3 hours and 22 minutes, my friend.
Okay.
You're going to mess up the vibe, JD. You're going to mess up the
vibe.
To that comment, if I can address that comment.
Whose show is this? Whose show is this? Is it Jeff's show or JD's show?
I'm part owner.
It's a joint show on Saturday nights. Normally,
if I can have a chance,
when you two
just
were in the chat, I definitely wanted to get Gravy on, and I know AI always wants to come on too. So
Could I say this though, Jeff?
Yeah.
These are probably 2 of the most respected guys that I've ever come in contact with since I've been doing this.
And that's why I give them that option to come on. Yeah,
exactly.
I know AI wanted to come in last night.
Good to be on with my boy AR. Great to be on with my boy AR, man.
And it's great to have a little bit of descending discussion as well, because it makes us better as fans as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. What's up, D Money? So D Money's got a question. If you got the call for a trade, what would you consider? Remember, you have Kirk. Everybody knows my take, so I want to hear AR. If you seriously, if you had to answer this question, how would you? Because I know you want Mendoza because you want that quarterback. I get that. I respect that. That's your opinion. I don't argue that. You know, just like everybody's got an opinion, but yet people get claws out for certain people when they say that they don't want Mendoza or they don't want a quarterback number one. So, AI, I want to see you answer this one. I want to see what you would do if that was the case. If you get that phone call,
So you
he says, if you get a
so
phone call
what you ask?
Yep.
You already know. I've said many times I'm not trading that pick for nothing. But I also asking me if I had a gun to my head and said you got to trade the pick. You know what I mean? Like it has to be traded away. Is that what you're trying to ask me?
Yeah, pretty much.
What
What would you consider? Remember, we do have Kirk Cousins. That's why he's asking us. So go.
What would I consider? At least 2 first rounders. At least.
That's cheap.
That is cheap.
That's cheap.
I said at least, at the very least.
Don't be cheap, man. Come on, come with it.
You got to kick it up to 3.
I said, look, I said at the very least.
Okay.
You know?
At the most. What at the most?
More. 3, 4 first rounds, whatever it takes to get, you know.
Right.
But
At the
you,
most,
look,
that's
you already know my stance.
Their entire draft.
I've said it many times. I'm not trading away. I'm not. No matter what. No.
On average, that number 1 pick is worth at least 4 top 40 picks.
Put all the stats about Matt Crosby as you want, dude. That's not elite, and solo tackles. You tripping? So basically,
can I just have a chance?
Basically, without the solo tackles, he's Arden Key. Basically, almost Arden Key. I'm sorry, AR.
Oh man, don't compare Arden almost Key.
I'm not comparing him to Arden Key, but the dude throws stats on there,
no.
thinking that he's in it with everybody. There's way better.
Arden almost Key.
Way better.
Ugh. But I just wanted to say because you brought up that comment about Stock bringing up Derek Carr in the past. My only point, yes, the past is the past. We're looking for the future. All I was trying to say is that the best years we had at the quarterback position, or the best play we had at the quarterback position, were those 2 years, 2015 and 2016. 2016, most definitely, when Derek Carr didn't have those pieces year 1. They came year 2 and year 3. That's all I'm trying to say is that, like, if that's what is going to, if we have to wait for that to happen to get the best years out of Mendoza, like to get him to where we believe he can be, then I'm just trying to make a point that it can happen. I'm not looking back at Derek Carr. You know, the past is the past. That's the only point I was trying to make. But anyways,
you have to trust the process.
Well said, Jason.
Trust the process.
Grade says, do you take into account team concept with Max Crosby? Because what would Max be on a team that's always leading and has another pass rusher? No, and I get that too. He doesn't have that compliment, but I've also seen him, you know, everybody's like, oh, he's always getting double teamed. No, that's not true either. A perfect example I'll give you last year against the Chargers. A guy that doesn't normally play right tackle, Pimpkins, they put him out there at right tackle, and he single-handedly, he didn't have a double team at all during that game, was holding Max off. Max didn't do shit that game. He did absolutely nothing. He held him down solid. That was the best game Pimpkins had all season, and he shut Max down. And then you go and watch a guy like Trey Hendricks, and everybody wanted us to grab him. And when the trade was going on with Max, and then, you know, Hendricks went to Baltimore, and I watched somebody break down the film on Hendricks, I saw him get handled single-handedly by a tight end. That should never happen with a defensive end, where you get blocked out of a play by a tight end.
Hendricks is easy. You just run the ball at him.
When are you ever going to see Max get beat out or blocked out by a tight end? I've never seen that happen. By a tackle and a guard together, or a tackle alone? Yeah, I've seen that. But I've never seen Max get beat out by a freaking tight end. I watched.
Nothing you can say. Nothing you can say. Nothing you can say, Jeff.
Huh?
There's nothing you can say, bro. There's nothing you can say. It ain't gonna matter. It ain't gonna matter.
But no, I agree.
We Raider
I
fans
we're gonna
think
see a
that
better, hopefully we're going to see a
average
better
is
match
elite.
this year. Yeah.
Average is elite. The only stat that he should be number one at is quarterback sacks, and he's not.
Based on his contract, he should be making a lot of quarterback
$100 million
Yeah,
guy
that's what
getting
you're
10
paying
sacks a
for.
year. What's
He's
up
an
with
edge
that?
rusher.
Come on, fuck that.
Yeah.
What's up with that? Quit
And yeah, I
paid.
get he
Quit
doesn't
paid.
have a
Got
compliment.
more.
And, so GFAM's listed.
Let's see what he does now that he's. Sorry.
No, you're right, and that's
he
what
has
I was
help.
kind of getting at.
Oh, I
AR.
forgot AR. He has help too. That's another dude that needs help. It's another guy that needs a mentor, right?
What's up,
I didn't say that, Gravy, but
I know you didn't
paper,
say that. I know you didn't say that. But
I mean,
I thought Adam
gonna
Butler was good. I thought Adam Butler was good, and Booker was good. What happened? 10 sacks. Same old shit.
But Butler's first 2 seasons with us, he was good. Last season, I didn't notice him as much, but there was a lot of people, just about everybody on the defensive side of the ball. I didn't really notice as much as what I was hoping to. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully, with the moves that we've made on paper, it should be better. And one of the better defenses that we've been able to surround around Max Crosby. Will we get even better out of Max Crosby now that we have what looks like to be a better supporting cast? I guess time will tell. You know what I'm saying?
What's up, Johnny G?
He's gonna be great, bro. He's in there right now. He's working out right now, and his motor never stops. And he's in the building right now. Get 10 sacks out of him. You get 10 sacks out of Max Crosby. Been doing that for the last fucking 7 years.
Let's get it.
He's been doing that for the last 7 years and got 10 sacks. What's the difference?
But and Jason's right too. He's getting paid like he should be getting more sacks. That's the whole that I get that part too. You know, Myles Garrett doesn't have a great defensive end on the other side of him, and he's still look what he did last year. He broke the record. He's on he gets on average like 18 sacks a season, I think it is. He's up high. That's insane. You know, he had 20. What did he have last year? 25 and a half sacks. You know,
we got lucky.
Myles Garrett had 25. Hang on a sec. Myles Garrett,
whatever it was, he broke the record. He broke the record for the season. I forget what the exact number was.
22. I think he had 22 and a half. 22 and a half
on a shitty ass team too. You know,
that's insane. That is insane.
Well, he had what? How many against us when he played us?
That's just it.
He had like
Khalil Mack the year before had 12 sacks. 6 of them were against us.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what you expect from these marquee. That's what you expect from these marquee pass rushers when they come up against teams that have terrible offensive lines. You expect them to show up. You expect them to make those plays and get those kind of numbers when you're being paid to be that.
He does that with good teams, though. He does
that
with
was the
good
last
teams.
game that Getsy coached. I mean, not Getsy. Kelly coached. After that, even Kelly was fired.
He beats Pro Bowl offensive tackles. He don't get handled by third string guys that get cut in the middle of the season. That go to teams that have a cup of coffee. Pipkins is cut right now and hasn't got picked up. Sold up Max Crosby 2 games. 2 games sold up Max Crosby. Look at those Charger games, not a sack, or you probably got a grip of fucking tackles for loss. All Raiders fans admire tackles for loss now because we got a defensive end that does that, and our tackles can't even get a fucking tackle. When the tackles are supposed to get.
Johnny G, that's what I would, but not Manning though. I'm not sold on Manning, not yet. No.
I'm throwing Chambliss and Sellers up on the wall, and that's who I'm going to be begging for to do good.
Yeah, for next year for a quarterback, I don't trust the whole Manning thing. I think with him, it's the hype on the name, and that's what everybody's getting enamored with is he's a Manning.
Better than Mendoza.
You know, they're expecting to have a mix between Peyton Manning and
Manning
Eli
is not better than Mendoza.
Remember, he's Cooper Manning's son. He's not Eli's and he's not Peyton Manning's. He's Cooper's son. So, G-Fan wants me.
He's still in college, bro. When did you find out about Mendoza? Right now, right?
Arch Manning backed up Quinn Ewers. Couldn't beat out Quinn Ewers for the starting position. And you're going to tell me he's better than Fernando Mendoza?
Yeah, I'm not seeing that. I don't see that right now.
All right, we'll see.
So G-Fan wanted me to read this out, but we kind of hit on it. You guys read it yourselves.
I talked about that already. I'll give a fuck.
Yeah.
So, doesn't mean shit to me. Look at the sacks. How many sacks did he have? Yeah, 69.5. How many does he have a season? He has 8, 7. I think best year was 14. Then he had 11 or 12. And then 10. Average is 10 a year.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the $100 million shit right there? Tell me. When you see visually at games, is that $80 million, $100 million shit?
Nope.
So real quick, I want to address
to that.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll be real quick, Jeff. To that point though, have to kind of spend that type of money on these players. I mean, Myles Garrett got more because they had to do it to keep a guy like that in the door because they're a terrible team. Much like kind of what we kind of had to do. Like, yes, Max Crosby wanted to be here, but when bad teams like us find these marquee players once their contracts are up, we have to give them more in order to cement keeping them in the door, because otherwise they're going to want to go somewhere else where they can have more success or likely more success than, say, a bad team like us. That's all I want to say. Anyways.
I just want to hit up LV comment here. So the Patriots were Tom Brady's, and that's it. In all honesty, that team was him. Seriously. The defense aside, don't look at the defense, but on the offensive side, you look at what he had. Yes, he had a great offensive line, okay? But he only had like 1 or 2 seasons with a Randy Moss receiver. Everything else was these smaller, no-name, discarded receivers from other teams. Yes, he had Gronk, and he had Hernandez for a short time.
Hernandez
thing, But yes,
who was that other small wide receiver they had? Julian Edelman, and who was the other one?
Julian Edelman and
war number 80.
White boy.
Yeah.
They also had the other kid from. They had 2 guys that came up from Miami. But again, they weren't superstar wide receivers. They were functional. They were basically Renfro before.
Where's Welker? That's it. Where's Welker?
He's the one that came from Miami. They were Renfro before Renfro was here, basically. And I say Renfro because that's what we had. We had a guy like that, So
I'll ask you this though. I'll ask you this.
There ain't no joke.
I'll ask you this though. Since we're talking about Tom Brady, do you think Gronkowski was his better weapon or Randy Moss?
Oh, Gronkowski, because he was a steady kid. Before.
You know what we have? Probably one of the best tight ends in the NFL. Nobody talks about him. Why we need a superstar wide receiver? We need a superstar X or Y. I was like, you know what?
He's the number 1 receiving option. He's the number 1. He should be a go-to guy every time. He should be a first read, basically, because of who he is and what his abilities are.
And the defenses should put all your guys on him.
Yeah.
Put all your guys on him.
And Odyssey's right, too. 2 sacks matter when we give up 3rd and 20 every time.
That's another problem we got to fix. Get that.
My tight end is the leading receiver on the team, dude. To me, that's bad.
I don't think so.
I love him, but
I don't think he's not a traditional tight end, though.
When he wasn't there, it was bad.
Who was our number 1 receiver? Who was our number 1 receiver in 1983 when we went to the Super Bowl?
Willie Gold? Was it
Todd Christensen?
Willie Gold.
Todd Christensen.
Oh, the tight end. I thought you were talking about wide receiver.
He's a tight end.
A tight end.
Was Cliff Branch still on that team?
Cliff Branch was on that team.
Todd Christensen was the number 1 receiver. He caught the most passes.
That doesn't mean he was the best.
Hey, what's up, Desiree?
He was a straw that made that passing game go. He's the one that made that passing game click. Was Todd Christensen?
Wasn't Cliff Branch still on that team?
Huh?
Wasn't Cliff Branch still on that team?
Yeah, Cliff Branch and Doki Williams.
My goggles are off, Michael.
Cliff Branch and Jesse Hester, or was it Jesse Hester or Doki Williams? I can't. One of those. I can't. I had to. I think it was Doki Williams. Was the other wide receiver?
Well, we also had Marcus Allen. Marcus Allen's best years around that time, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And speaking of that, who we got at wide receiver? We're doing this. Trey Tucker's on ball out this year again. Are we doing that?
No,
Some
no,
people are, yeah.
We gotta go through that bullshit again.
I never said that.
No,
I never said that.
no. I am looking for Naylor and maybe and praying to the good Lord that Jack Bash rises up. Give him a little run.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. We really need more from these guys we drafted last season. We need them to show us more than what we got. I'm hoping it's just a case of. I'm hoping that it's a case of bad quarterback play, bad offensive line, bad coaching. You know what I mean? But we need more out of Besh and Thornton. Because with Tucker, you highlighted Tucker specifically, Gravy. Like I like Tucker for what I expect him to be, a spot guy who can make some plays when he catches the ball. But as that number one, number two guy, I never saw him as that, and I still don't believe he's that either. You know what I'm saying? His best moments come from when he's the other guy, not the guy. If that makes sense.
He shouldn't even be starting, bro. He shouldn't even be starting on it, or even
Tucker.
Couple of plays.
But I think Naylor can, because when he was given the opportunity in Minnesota, when Jefferson and Madison would go down with injury or be limited with injury, he filled in great. He did a great job filling in for him. So it's just a matter of him getting an opportunity to be that guy or one of the guys. I'm not saying he's a number one. I'm more convinced he's a number two wide receiver. Huh? Jalen Naylor.
Are you talking about Michael Mayo?
No, Jalen Naylor. Yeah.
Did you ever question yourself this though, JD, that he couldn't beat? He's a third guy.
Second.
He couldn't beat those guys out.
You're talking about Justin Jefferson. I don't think CeeDee Lamb beats out Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson and Addison off the top better. He couldn't beat those guys. So what the fuck is he gonna do for us?
I think Addison's better than Naylor. Yeah. I think Addison's a top 10 receiver in this NFL.
We got a reject from the Vikings. Good job, Raiders.
I don't think he's a reject.
Reject. He did. He got rejected. He got cut. He got left. So
he entered free agency and decided to sign with the Raiders.
I wanted something better. We need to get something better.
I think it's a good start. I think it's one of those that you bring in, and he's got 4 years under his belt. Good coaching. Been with Kubiak before. He's played with Kirk Cousins before. Has had some success. So let's see if it can run itself.
God, JD, your expectations of people are so high.
Gotta have expectations.
Don't do shit. He doesn't do shit in this league, bro, and you're pumping him up like he's fucking Randy Moss.
No, no. Stop with your Randy Moss bullshit. When he was asked to be the number one because the other two guys were dinged up or hurt, he did a phenomenal job.
Bad guy, bro. There's nothing wrong with saying legit. There's nothing wrong with saying legit. Well, I think he filled in real good when they couldn't beat out Addison. That's why he was 4-3 guy.
Addison's a pretty damn good wide receiver.
I know you can't do nothing with Justin Jefferson because he's badass. Addison ain't even really that good, bro. And Naylor can't even beat him out.
Nah.
Quit.
I'm not gonna quit. I think it's a good signing. I'm not putting my chips on this hand, Grady. I'm not. I'm not pushing all my chips on. I'm not pushing all my chips in. I can tell you this: it was a good signing.
I'm glad you said
I think he could be a reasonable and a productive wide receiver number 2, and then we build that wide receiver room up a little bit more and a little bit more. Okay. But you gotta have something. You gotta have something. You gotta have something.
I know football. Addison was a first-round pick.
Would you rather have Thornton? Would you rather have Thornton or Naylor?
None of them.
To that point, if I can just interject, like to that point, we need one of those three. You could even chuck in Tucker if you want. We really need one of those 3 or 4 to really step their game up this season. And
that's all I'm asking.
Prove to be the guy. Or if we go the draft route, if somehow, some way, we're picking round 2 and afterwards, and we pick up another wide receiver, we need somebody to emerge. Somebody.
They're already going to be better than they're already going to be better than Thornton, Naylor, and whoever unleads the receivers. When we get one of them, it's going to be better than Thornton, Naylor, and Tucker all right off the bat.
Are you talking about if we draft somebody?
We draft a wide receiver this draft in the second round or higher, because he drafts all these receivers that are in that around that area. AR first round, second round, better than Besh, better than Thornton, better than Naylor.
Then if we go that route and we find that said guy, then hallelujah. Right.
Bam bam. We won.
We need to find somebody. I will agree with you on that, Gravy, but I do agree with JD to a point. Like, look, and to be fair to Jason, he never compared Naylor to Randy Moss or one of these other elite wide receivers, and he never
comparing them. I said they're
said
talking
that he was even closer.
Like he's dope, bro. Yeah, this shit.
I'm not talking.
Right, but to Jason's point, he's not. He's just saying that. Look, he feels like he's a good enough signing that could prove to be better than what we expect him to be. And I hope Jason, much like I hope I'm right with us picking first overall with Mendoza. I hope you're right, Jason. I hope he does turn out to be a worthy enough signing for the price we paid for him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not sold on Thornton either, man. I'm that pick still drives me nuts.
Look, I understand all the we got new shit, we got free agents. I love what happened in free agency, and then just if you're addicted to what this team has done, and I've done that. I had shows that we talked about this, and I did the fake positive shit for years. I've done that. I held my breath with this team for so freaking long. AR knows it, and now it's just it ain't all good now again. You know what I mean? It still is not all good. It's that by getting average players and saying that, oh, he's gonna be dope because he's on the Raiders now. I did that. And it didn't work out. It didn't work out.
I might do a little different.
Those are false hopes.
It's been happening.
That's called that's false hopes.
I'm taking my goggles off. I don't look at things that way. I look at a football way. Is this dude good? Is he going to benefit our team? Is he, the change of scenery? I understand that. Change of places. I understand that. But if you're saying a guy that didn't do nothing in the NFL, what's the difference? He's going to come to the Raiders and develop now? 4 years is enough. All of us say that. All of us say 3-4 years is enough. And then as soon as he gets to the Raiders,
G-Fam said it could be raining titties and Gravy would still not be satisfied.
No, he just mad. He's just mad. I've always been this way.
Hey, Jeff.
Gravy. Sorry, can I just say one thing just real quick?
Go ahead.
Real quick.
To be fair to Jason, and this is what I believe his ceiling can be, and I'm not saying he's going to be that. I'm just saying his very ceiling. I think there's a possibility that Jalen Naylor could be another. What Jacoby Myers? Remember when we signed Jacoby Myers, right?
I was so.
I see like there's a possibility. Well, not many people did, right? He came to our team with pretty little fanfare. For a wide receiver, not many people expected him to turn out the way he did. He turned out better than I expected, right? And I think that could be Naylor's ceiling. He could be another.
And that's the category I'm looking at. That's where I'm looking at the category.
That's his ceiling. I'm not saying he's going to be that, but I'm saying that's what I see his ceiling could be. Good. On the positive side.
What has he done that you see that though, AR? All of a sudden, that's going to change. What he's been in the NFL for 4 years, is that what we see? It surprised me. I got surprised. It can't happen because I'll be honest with you guys. Eric Stokes tripped me out the way he played last year. I wasn't a big Eric Stokes guy. I wasn't a big Eric Stokes guy. Damn good corner in the NFL. He changed my ways. I still don't like the dude. If we get a good corner in a draft pick or something like that, we're going to find out how sorry Eric Stokes is. We're gonna find that out. Then, but Naylor wasn't the pick for me. I think we could have. Fuck, dude, you got Diggs out there. You got
Nailers. Nobody saw that.
A lot of people out there. Don't be talking shit on Diggs and a bunch of people that were out there. And we get this dude. What's up with that?
Well, I can tell you this. I like Stephon Diggs, but he's a fucking head case. And with this domestic violence issues, we are not bringing him to this
Maybe that's what we
organization.
fucking need, bro. Maybe that's what we need, JD. Maybe that's what we need around that fucking place.
I'm standing pat with the organizational values that we don't bring fucking. Yep.
You got to be 00 Jim order. No chance in hell that they're going to bring guys with domestic issues.
You have to respect Fred Biletnikoff and what he went through.
Don't take me wrong. Don't get me wrong, and don't think that I'm a bad guy because I never touched a woman in that way. It's wrong, right? But are we a team for second chances? Look at these motherfuckers that we had with Al Davis back in the '70s.
Different. It's not Al Davis's team no more.
How's it different? But so you wouldn't want Diggs on our team because he slapped a chick.
And he's a head case on the sideline. He's not a good team player.
I don't want Diggs.
If that's the team's stance on players that are guilty of doing that, even if they are marquee players, then I for one, I'm with it. If they're going to stand on principle and morals to a point, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it.
And even the Kansas City Chiefs aren't going to sign Diggs. And you see how how they value players, second chance players. They're not even going to mess with Diggs, and a lot of it has to do absent the domestic violence issue. Okay, that's just one gamut. Absent that is you watch him when he's on the sideline or during games. He is one of the worst teammates out there.
Who says that? I never heard anybody.
Watch him. Just watch the sideline. Watch how he acts on the sideline.
I will say to that point, Gravy. To that point, you ask who said that he's a bad teammate. Well, I don't know if did you ever see that video? I think it was on the Vikings or whatever was one of his former teams, and all the players were asked of any teammate that you are currently on the roster. Who would you least likely to date a daughter? And every single one of them, without hesitation, said Diggs. Mm-hmm. So I guess
they play with them the way are.
That says all you need to know. Yes, that was when he was on their team.
Okay, JD mentioned Kansas City. We had Stephon Diggs on our team. Maybe we might fucking beat fucking Kansas City with them.
But all I'm trying to say is,
we don't want to get better.
I'm okay. I'm okay with our organization taking a hard stance when it comes to that from a moral standpoint. I'm okay with it.
Out of respect,
just try it out.
I agree, Adele. I don't know why.
Not even going to try it. Not even going to think about bringing it out. Want nothing to do with them. And if he goes to Kansas City and kicks our ass, okay. I'm going to still live on moral principle that what he did and his behaviors off the field. I don't want that in my franchise. I don't want that with my team.
But we scored fucking 20 touchdowns. You ain't going to give a fuck, are you? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. I don't even want. I will not celebrate a man.
It's not just him, JD. It's not just him. There's other guys out there, bro. There's other guys. There's Debo out there. Debo better than any receiver we got on our team right now.
Mm-hmm.
Would you try that out? I don't think he's beating anybody.
What about Brandon Ayuk?
Well, he's a head case, right? He's a head case, so he can't be on team. For me, I'll play
those receivers.
Exactly.
Not a single one.
Jawan Jennings scores touchdown for the 49ers. What's wrong with that guy? Why can't we get him?
I think he's still under contract with them, ain't he?
He's a free agent.
All right.
The bunch of receivers right there, bro. Naylor, he's a ball out. No worry. Third string receiver on his own fucking team, and we think he's our number one right now.
Yeah. Well, third string receivers on other teams are better than the number ones that we have anyway. So
exactly, I just said that. You're right. That's a big question mark. Mendoza ain't gonna be shit. If we talk about Mendoza failing in his first year, get a receiver for him and see what's up. What did it say? I didn't see what that said, bro.
Which one?
It says you call Naylor a reject, but sit here and want Diggs when Minnesota actually traded Diggs. Make it make sense.
Hey, who's a better wide receiver, dude? Just point blank.
I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to argue that point at all.
Mark Davis will not allow him to come
Fucking
here.
sitting
Out of
here
respect
arguing with
for
Raider
Baltimore,
fans.
Antonio Brown was the most phenomenal wide receiver at the time that we traded for. Phenomenal.
He's my second best receiver ever.
Worked out pretty good, didn't it?
Nah, second or third. My third. He's my,
All right,
my
well,
third.
real
third,
quick,
third.
and I know Michael just mentioned it too. It's yeah, I know the show will go on forever. It's 2 a.m. on my end here.
Yeah, I'm about done myself.
I think we're gonna call it for the night. I thank everybody for being in here tonight.
Gravy, Avocasi, thank you guys for coming in, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you to Avocasi, thank you to
Thank you for
Gravy
having
for
us. I
popping
appreciate
in and adding some excitement into this tonight. It was already exciting prior to that. I had my little verbal argument on the phone with Money Chuck. That was fun. But you two coming in and adding your take into everything, I absolutely love it. This is what this show is built on. To do stuff like this, to get the take of the fans. So we saw them in the chat tonight. They came in on the phones with us tonight. You two joined us. We appreciate you. So make sure everybody hits all 4 channels. Hit that thumbs up. Hit the subscribe. Hit the notifications. We appreciate that. Thank you to all the super chats that came in tonight. I appreciate you all. Thank you all for donating those 1s and 0s. And thanks to the moderators for keeping chat clear. What's up, Gravy?
You want to finish? I just wanted to say something real quick.
Go for
it. You all know me. April is something that they call National Donate Life Month, and I know you guys all my circumstance. It's very cherishing for me.
Sorry, Gravy. National donate to what? Sorry, I didn't hear you. What is it? National donate to what?
National Donate Life Month. So the emphasis of it is to donate your organs and donate an organ to extend somebody else's life, and it's for real to me because I went through it a year and a half ago. I'm a year and a half into a liver transplant, and I recovered well. And this is serious now. It's not Raider stuff. I am really a good guy if you get down to it. These guys know me.
Absolutely.
But, this is just awareness and the if to donate life to someone else with donating organs. So all you have to do is go to the DMV and be an organ donor. It benefits everybody. My buddy, our good buddy Raider Twan, is in the same situation. He needs a kidney and he goes through the same circumstances that I did, but just to get awareness out there, if you are going to the TV or you get online and do it, or just spread the word out that there's nothing wrong with donating organs if you can, it saves lives, and I'm living proof that it does work and it can happen. So just please,
you and Angelo both.
Yeah, I mean, Angelo's in the same boat. Angelo is going on 3 years living with a liver. It's tough. It's a long process. I'm still going through it. I'm still recovering, but I'm well and I'm great. And this new liver got me aware on how the Raiders were, and that's why I am the type guy today. But I just want to make
a Chiefs fan. You got a Chiefs fan's liver.
Yeah. I don't know what he was, but I know he was 31 years old. Young man gave me life, and I appreciate it. I'm very, very blessed.
Yeah, we're all happy for you, definitely, man.
They don't tell you.
I've loved you from the time you had the transplant to now, and definitely
you were there during that issue.
Big difference, yeah.
You were there during that time, man. I'm great.
Thank you, guys.
Just to put the awareness out there, man. I just want to make sure April is life donate, man. Thank you, Jeff.
Antisocial Radio, if you're still here too, I did sub to your channel too, so just to let you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so thank you everybody for being here tonight. Appreciate you all. This has been a fire show tonight. This has probably been one of the better Saturday night shows in a long freaking time.
I hope I didn't bring you down, man. I hope I didn't bring you down.
No, absolutely not.
I love the banter back and forth. I love the fire that you and Afakasi bring to shows like this, and this has been a fun show. Seriously.
I hope so.
But yeah, so thank you both for being in here. Jason, thank you for being with me tonight. As always, it was a wonderful night. And
I'm your partner. What are you talking about?
Huh?
I'm your I'm your partner.
I know.
I'm dedicated to you. I love you.
Okay.
Much love, AR. Much love, AR. You're always the one, bro. You're my dude, man. Much love, brother.
All right.
Like I always say,
man.
everybody stay
If
safe
I can
and
just
go Raiders.
get one
And
chance
happy
to say something
Raiders.
before we get out of
Go
here.
ahead, AR. Go ahead.
Can I say sorry before we?
Yeah.
Sorry, before we do get out, if I can just say, look, you know, I appreciate you guys and what you do. Thanks for having us on your show, Jeff and Jason. Thank you guys. Keep doing your thing. Gravy, it's been a long time since I shared a panel with you. We have conflicting views, but it's all love from me, man. You know, I've known you, what, 5 years now and counting?
Yeah, 5 years.
Known you, what, 5 years? 5 years and counting. Right. So it's been a long time.
5 years.
Hopefully one day when I do come back, it'll be, we've known each other 5 years now.
Oh,
yes, sir. Yeah. It's a pleasure. Yeah. Pleasure, all you guys.
Well, hopefully one day we can make it happen. What we were talking about before. One last thing. I look, I hate to do the whole plug thing and all that, but I will be going live tomorrow morning if you guys are up. Me and my guy Critique, we're gonna be duking it out on Tecmo Super Bowl, 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central, and I believe that would make it. What is that? 11 take 3. That's 8 a.m. Pacific. So if you want to see two guys duking it out on the Tecmo, trash talk, just having a bit of fun, taking about old school. Yep. That's what I do on my channel. So there's my name right there. But I appreciate you guys. Thanks for letting me do that. Much love.
Thank you, guys. Salute to Raider Nation.
Be asleep by the time but tomorrow is Easter, everybody. So happy Easter, everybody. Enjoy your day with your family if you spend it with your family, and eat all the candy. So stay safe. Go Raiders.
Raider Nation. That's going to do it for tonight. We appreciate everyone who called in, everyone listening, and everyone who brought the heat. This isn't just our show. This is your platform, your takes, your voice. If you didn't get through tonight, don't worry. The phone lines will be open again next time. Until then, keep representing the silver and black wherever you are for everyone here. Thanks for tuning in, Raider Nation. Please, 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 have a take and don't suck. We'll see you next time. This is Raider Nation Voices.